was weird. Hello, everyone. The camera just didn't show up for a second. What's everybody doing? The restream is freaking out. Said that Kazuma said hello like a billion times, but really he or she just said it one time. Hey, Ram. How's it going? Alright, last time I believe we finished everything we had to do in this room. Not sure where else to go, though. Did we get new evidence to present? Oh, not yet. Actually, let me check here. I know sometimes it... Nope, okay. Oh, God. What is wrong with Restream right now? It's like tripling up on everything. Hold on, let me re-add it. That should fix it. It's done that before. Normally it's just doubled though. Let's see. It is revolting. Yeah, it's sextupled you. Alright, it seems fine now? Nope. It is continuing to sextuple Kazuma. Okay, let's... Hold on. Just gonna make a new... Oh, and then it doubled my test. Ugh. Restream. New. Okay. OBS, you've just added a browser source. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, great. Oh. Oh my God. You guys think this is bad. I'm looking at my chat bot right now. And it is, let's see, how many panic now thank yous were there? Oh my God, too many to count, like 20. Well, that's a problem, because how the hell am I supposed to interact with you guys if this is an issue? Okay, oh, there we go. Incoming 7 JB hellos. Because that's what Restream's doing right now. Did it stop? Did it stop? I don't know why it stopped. But it stopped. Yes, it did, but it didn't do it as much as it was doing it there. It was doubling messages there, and so like, okay, that's annoying, but this is an easy fix. Here, it was, like I said, there were at least, I mean, it's still kind of screwing this up on chatbot. There are Adamski's message repeated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Nope. Did you double that, huzzah, or is that on my end? Actually, no, it didn't say your message 7 times. Does that mean when I give out credits, it's going to double it or sextuple it, and everybody's going to get that many more credits? Oh my god, it did! No, you haven't. And it looks like it's just repeating it and repeating it. Although, the, just see lol popping up. Interestingly now, the Twitch chat seems fine on the chatbot. That's not doubling. Unless Autumn just doubled his LOL. Unless Autumn didn't double his LOL. Oh god. Now the problem is I don't know if Autumn's trolling me or not. Okay, it seems like it's alright. On Restream at least. I'll pay attention. Oh my god. I'll know if it's doubling if I actually look at YouTube chat. No, you're not. You're not trolling. It's just... Why? Why is this happening? You only said lol once in the chat. Come on, Restream. Get your shit together. The only other thing I can think of doing, since I restarted the actually, I have another idea. Can I don't think I can disconnect it. It'd be cool if I could disconnect and reconnect, but it won't let me do that. The stuff on Twitch is fine. It's YouTube that's going crazy. None of the Twitch stuff is doubling. Here comes Chris with what's good, what's good, what's good, what's good, as it echoes you like 7 times. I didn't know whether or not he was trolling until I checked the chat. Oh my god. Chatbot's just losing it. Hold on. I wonder if... Is it Chatbot that's causing the problem? Chatbot could be causing the problem. See what happens when I exit Chatbot. Nope. It's Restream. Okay, so I could keep going, but what I'm worried about is attempting to talk to you guys and missing messages because everything's double or tripling up. This is the work of Old Bag. So the other option is to restart stream and hope that it fixes the problem, but there's no guarantee that that's going to fix the problem. Let me check Restreaming's Discord real quick. See if there's anything weird. Yeah, it's been happening all today. With YouTube only, not with Twitch is fine. Okay, removing the channel and re-adding it doesn't do anything. Okay. It suggested, although this isn't... See, where is it? Alright, I'm gonna try getting rid of the relay mode. Apparently that might help fix it. But I think they're just taking a stab in the dark. But, so it doesn't make sense for me to stop stream, because either way it's gonna have this issue. As long as I'm re-streaming. And I'm not just gonna stream on only one platform. So I guess we'll just keep going. I'm glad I checked that beforehand, because stopping the stream and restarting it would have been worthless then. So it's still duplicating on YouTube, but it's not always duplicating on Restream, or on my YouTube chatbot, but it's not always duplicating on Restream itself. It's still kind of doing it, though. It's weird when it decides to do it. So I guess that's just going to be an issue I'll have to deal with tonight. He threw his coffee and fucked up Restream. Because it doesn't seem like the only way this is going to be solved is if I get rid of Restream altogether, and I don't really want to do that. Oh god. As soon as I open my big fat mouth. Well, I do feel nice that it looks like Coulter's saying "I" to me like 12 times. Even though I know it's only once. That's nice. Yo, what's up, Coulter? Alright, so we're just gonna have to deal with this tonight. Seems to be issues on their end. Everybody seems to be experiencing it. On YouTube side only. The only way to fix it would be to stream on, get rid of Restream and just stream on either YouTube or Twitch. And I don't really want to do that. So yeah, Twitch will be fine. If you're chatting on Twitch, it's not going to do it. And it looked like the relaying to Twitch was actually fine too. Like when Twitch was getting the messages after my first fix, it was fine. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Actually, I did, but I forgot. That's what I want, yeah. It will, but it won't be tonight. At least not likely, because someone was having this problem at like 4 o'clock today, and it's 10:25, and we're still dealing with this, so... So I guess I'll leave chat up, because otherwise it would just look weird to have nothing there, but... Yeah. Yeah, you just get my voice now. Okay. So just be aware that if I miss your message, it's not because I'm not trying to read it or I'm ignoring you. It's because I'm trying to sort through your message that lightly might have popped up once or twice, and somebody else's messages have been popping up 7 or 8 times. It do be like that sometimes. They say it don't, but it do. Put a dancing GIF in place of chat? Like what? Like of Maya and Phoenix? You could do that. Since chat is basically worthless tonight. Oh, this is cool. Oh, I like this. This is cute. It's Maya and Edgeworth. Okay, we'll use this. That's a good idea, Chris. Because it puts something there, but it's better than the chat. But if it gets distracting, let me know, and we'll just put chat back there. I'll just have chat underneath. I'm not putting a Mo laughing. If anything, I'd put a Phoenix getting coffee spit on him. Or like a Godot coffee gif of some sort. What do you guys think? Is that gonna be too distracting? Yes, blend number 107. Oh, the at me jacking off one. That might be like the single funniest like GIF sprite I've seen in these games. Yeah, I thought it was cute. It's a well done. Exactly, they're dancing because obviously the bangers. And then if the chat works itself out, eventually I'll put chat back up, but. It'd be like that multiple times, yeah. No, if he actually was, you wouldn't want to look at it, although it's still fucking hysterical. Okay. The treasures of Crime exhibit is all ruined now. The treasures. Crime exhibit is all ruined now? Oh, I see, because it's proper. Okay, the treasures of Crime Village. Crime exhibit is all ruined now. Maya. I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This is our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer up somehow. Well, now that we've got the Sacred Urn back, maybe they can reopen it? Really? Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of Mass Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. It's actually big brain, Phoenix. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's brilliant, Nick. We can clean up and be filthy rich. Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Let's go see if we can find Andrews. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews. What's she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes. It was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Yes, yes I am. Yes I am. You know, I could make that like a command, but that almost seems like too suggestive. Or like the alert for whenever $6.90 is donated to the channel. I don't know, what's the TOS there? He's not actually doing it. It's just really suggestive looking. And when I pair it with something else suggestive, does that actualize it? G'do coffee blend number 420. Really takes the edge off. Yeah, that thing Chris sent me was hilarious. The blip sound effect? Really? I guess I haven't found any of the sound effects particularly annoying, personally. Yeah, I'll write it down. I'm just not sure how it's going to work with TOS. We'll see. But it's better to have the idea down and not forget it. I could actually merge two of those ideas that I had. I just want to take I quite honestly, I want to take a week off of streaming and just work on this fucking to-do list that I have. So many things I want to work on the channel. For those that don't know, I'm going to tell you what my to-do list is right now. Just indulge me for a second. We'll get back to smoking hot Miss Andrews in a second. And how great I am in her eyes. SOG to-do list. Work on merch, which we do actually have a merch store at Teespring, but I haven't made it public yet because we need to... Some of the images that I want to put on shirts and shit, we need to get in higher definition so we can blow them up a little more. So that's started at least, but I need to get on the get the images a little crisper and larger. Make and update my alerts because I have many that I want to add. Especially alerts for donations, like like you see the 666, 420, like that 6.9, that sort of thing. Add more commands because I have stuff for commands. Work on more Justice for All VODs, which I just put up part 3 yesterday. Work on chapter 5 more of the first game, which I haven't touched in months. Put together a Zelda montage for Smash. Finish my Isabelle video that I put together when Chris made me play as Isabelle and no one would let me lose because they wanted me to play as that awful, terrible character. Upload more PBs because my YouTube's behind on that. Finish putting together the best of 2019 video. We're in June. Put together the VOD cuts for Danganronpa. And then also learn how to use Vegas Pro better because I still use Final Cut Pro on my 2010 MacBook and it's very slow with its 4 gig RAM and I would really like to be able to just do everything on Vegas Pro, but I use it like a scrub. Yo, what's up, JMT? Have his professional team get on that. Shaking his third hand. Oh, I see that pun, Chris. That was well done. He might have been lurking. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. So just so you know, JMT, this is what's happening to chat right now. Everything is being quadrupled or more. So we have to put this up until chat unfucks itself. Yeah, Chris actually had the idea of putting something, put dancing up, and I put Phoenix Wright dancing. I actually put Phoenix Wright Maya dancing, because I thought we could find one of both of them, and this came up. And I was like, oh, this is adorable. Let's use this. Oh, that was a good pun. Like, you know me. If I respect the pun, I'll give it where it's due. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Master Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. Oh, look at that happy face. She has such a pretty smile. It probably has something to do with most of the time she's scowling or looking just very ambivalent. I just heard all about it on the news. In fact, we saw her like extra sad before we ever saw her smile. So that detective was actually the thief all along. It looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Gamez to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atney again? About 20 days ago. And when was it that Master Mask calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So she sent a calling card to the very place he was hired to guard? I guess that's it then. Detective Atney must have really wanted the sacred urn after all. I guess so. Something seems off about this. Them dancing? That'd be a cute alert. Yeah, Phoenix's face was hysterical. I didn't actually expect him to throw the coffee onto me. I thought he might throw an empty cup, but with the coffee still in it. What? So Master Mask murdered someone as well? Oh, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible, including being two places at once. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atney? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that's the way he always operates. What's that guard doing there? That's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the theft himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Master Mask pretty well. I'm so glad that you got your sacred urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn that came back seems different. Yes, the letters were rearranged. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? Oh, did she put it back together the way it was supposed to be? No, I don't know anything. Why would I? Yeah, she rearranged it. It was actually a good thing that she did that. Cyclops. Clops. What do you think this means, Nick? It means the person holds the secret. The person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Miss Andrews. All right, let's see if we have what we need. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, JMT. That is unfortunate. Psych clocks. Psych. Mo laughing for the congratulations command? Why? Class rep saying congratulations is infinitely better than Mo laughing. That should be like a torture Twain command or something like that. At least if I keep him in my mind like he's laughing like Krusty, I can give him some, you know, likable characteristics. Funny characteristics, at least, because Mo by himself is not funny at all. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the Sacred Urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today, it's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Occam's razor. Do you have any evidence that the urn that was submitted at the trial was genuine? That it was genuine? Do we? We have this. You like show Maya? Hey Tash, how's it going? Yeah, I don't see... I don't see anything that would prove that we had it, or that it was genuine. Can I present other stuff to her? So Detective Atme was actually mask to mask. How's everything going with you, Tash? God, going through chat is going to be an adventure today. Well, yeah, but we could have both Atme and Mo. It's just weird how some of them duplicate and some of them don't. All the laws then? Well, I hope I'm able to send some of that Zen your way. Good luck. Hope you do well. Which exam is it? Phoenix Wright logic, get pushed into a corner and then pull something out of your ass. While also using spirit channeling like an aid. She seems really depressed. Or really seems depressed. I can't say I blame her. She's the one who hired the fox to guard the hen house. The Treasures of Tribulations exhibit is my first job after last year's ordeal. I really wanted it to be a success. I've got an idea. Why don't you redo the whole poster? You could put something like voted best treasure exhibit by Mask to Mask. By Maya, that's a fantastic idea. I thought the whole exhibit would be brightened up by something shiny and gold. That's why I went to the trouble of borrowing it from a branch family training hall. Goat statue is totally cool in my book. It arrived rather late, so I thought I wouldn't be able to put it on display. By the way, it looks like the statue was moved on the night of the theft. You know anything about that? Huh? No, it certainly wasn't me that moved it. Good lord. She used to be a really good liar. Apparently, with her conscience, she also lost her ability to lie convincingly. I hired Detective Atme for the security before he even received the calling card. I suppose that was a mistake. Mask to Mask. He sent a calling card to the very exhibit he was hired to guard. I wonder if it was because he knew it would be easy to steal. Yes, but he should have also known that he could easily become a suspect. story. Oh, the social media one. Nice. Yeah, those are interesting exams just because they cover so many different areas of law. Ironically, I actually found those one thing that's kind of known about the American law schooling is that your first year is the toughest, but then after that, if you can get past your first year, the other classes are gonna seem pretty damn easy by comparison. It was like, once you got the foundation down, you could go to a class that handled many different areas and it was still easier, even though logically you'd think that'd be more difficult because you have to expand your mind further out than just one narrow, topic, but that's kind of how it was. That is true. She did just admit that we were the best. So she would have something to be worried about. This is why I want to join the beta. Oh, that's cool. That's cool when like a game like this encourages you to do extracurricular stuff. Make sure you bang the tables a lot. Point. No, don't do that. That's funny because I don't think I... Yo, what's up, Easy? Okay, so for everybody that came in late, it's possible that because of the way this stuff is doubling that you might get many more credits than what you think you're getting. So just enjoy that little perk. I'm gonna put relaying back on for the sake of Twitch since it doesn't, turning off relaying didn't help. But hey, thank you to Easy for the, I know, is your command just Easy or is it Easy Yellow? Let me check that real quick. Just Easy, okay, cool. But be sure to check out Easy's channel. What were you playing today, Easy? Easy plays a lot of Mario Maker, Mega Man stuff. Just a lot of retro stuff, so if you're interested in checking that out, there's his link right there. I'm sure people will just want to use objection whenever they think they can, right? Yes, chat is having a meltdown. I wish you guys could see my chat bot. God, I can't. Chat bot. Because whatever you guys see, if I were to do this, chatbot's having a way more difficult time dealing with it. You like all topics? That I can't say I was the same. I found a few that were a little more boring than others, personally. Civil procedure is really boring, but it's like that's like something you absolutely need to know. So I still paid attention and did my best, but it was dull work compared to like more substantive law stuff. Adventure of Link, figured I'd raid you since it's been a while. Yeah, well, thank you for the raid, dude. So yeah, Zelda 2, did you beat it? They allow you to input commands, dog. But I have to put something together so that you guys have a list of what you can do with them. That's another thing. I'm a part of my credits to-do list. Yo, what's up, guy? How's it going, dude? No, yeah. I checked on the restream, I checked, Restream's having trouble with it, and chatbots are having trouble. They're both having issues with YouTube today. was I checked on the Discord and they were saying that if for like restream, everything's duplicating like 1,000,000 times and chatbots making it worse. So content heavy, I get stressed. Yeah, I can understand that. Constitution law was like that for me. It wasn't boring, but holy shit, is that like a heavy class for good reason. But it's almost like you kind of have to approach those a little differently so you don't get overwhelmed, right? Playing Legend of Gaia, excellent. I love that game. I should give it a play. I haven't played it in like a decade. There's nothing wrong with that. Just chill and enjoy, right? Don't always gotta speed run it. Okay, so let's get back to speaking with Miss Andrews. Security camera was provided by Lordly Taylor Department Store. I took a close look at it on the day after the theft. The timestamp on the photo is definitely real. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so they're both the same thing. Detective Atme said he got hit on the back of the head with this by the thief. That was obviously a lie. Because it turned out that Atme was the real thief. It's still hard to believe. It looks like Adrian feels really bad about it. Oh shit. I'm going to take full responsibility and fix that sword myself. No, I don't look it, but I have complete confidence that I can fix it right up. I promise I'll fix it so you never knew it was bent in the first place. Please be gentle with it. No. I don't think so. Yo, what's up, Zara? Yeah. And I was always a very detailed note taker, like in high school, so I had to figure out how to... Detailed isn't always good because you put extra stuff in there sometimes that you don't need. So for those classes, you have to be very careful to figure out what you actually need to like have in there. So quite frequently I would re-outline my notes so that they were a little more digestible. Oh, Lightning had the same issue. Yeah, it's annoying. Like I have to put this GIF up here because if I take it away, you'll just see everything doubled a billion times. Oh, I completely missed that. Oh, so Monokuma was JB. I see. See? If you had never said anything, JB, with all the chat getting duplicated and stuff, I never would have even known that. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why first year is so difficult, because you're not exactly sure yet what is important and what is not. And you can end up getting lost in stuff that isn't important. Or just like thinking about too many things that aren't important instead of being able to completely focus on what is important. Alright, so I don't think I have anything else for her. Actually, let's examine. Okay, so she made that. We've done that already. And that's that. So I don't know what this pain is about. It is if you're playing Danganronpa. Why was that like a bleep? Okay, so there's nothing else new about the crime scene, I guess? Could check back here. I mean, use whatever username you want. I don't care. As long as it's not used for the sake of harassment, I do not care. So Amazon put PS5 up for pre-order before removing the listing. People saying it would be $550 in price. Yeah, it was French Amazon or something, right? Like it wasn't US because they had to convert it from like euros to dollars, right? And it was like $550 for the normal version and $450 for the digital version. Which, I mean, if I was going to pay $500 for it, I'm probably going to pay $550 for it, but I'm hoping that it's $500 instead. Oh, I missed what you said here, Tosh. It's open book. See, I actually had more... Okay, I won't say I had more issues with open book, but when I had open book, I actually rarely used the book unless I forgot something that wasn't in my notes, which wouldn't happen very often, because generally your notes are still going to be better than going through the book itself, because going through the book can take a while. But it's still nice to have that option, right? Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops. What did you expect now that they know he was actually masked to mask? This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe is nowhere to be seen. Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case. Wasn't he in charge of the mask-to-mask investigation all the way up to yesterday? Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like, "There's nothing like a good murder case, pal." Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. Hey you guys. Eek! I'm investigating this place, so keep your hands to yourselves. Boy, these policemen sure are a bunch of sourpusses. Well, Mr. Ace Detective did make complete and utter fools out of them. What's all this now? Moving along. Show's over. Oh, doesn't look like they're going to let us investigate. Guess we might as well call it a day for this place and go look somewhere else. I think that means we should go somewhere else. There's something we haven't... Should we talk to her about... I know what that is. It's one of those key cards from Ronnie's company. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen one. That's probably because Ron doesn't work there anymore. That's Ronnie's wallet. It was found at KB Security on the night of the murder. Ronnie and I went out to dinner early that evening. I'm sure he had his wallet with him then. So it's true then, he must have dropped it at the crime scene. Yeah, I fell into that trap a lot when I was younger, before I got to college. Like, oh, open book? I don't need to put together notes. And then I spent way too much time having to look through the book. And then I just would get worse grades on those tests than I would on tests where I actually had to study beforehand and memorize things. Oh, were you expecting it to be more expensive? Kept getting harassed. Yeah, that's not cool. Because, like, that can really, you know, demoralize a streamer from doing stuff. They keep getting harassed. However, you can't just give in, otherwise you're giving the person what they want. I hope they undercut each other. It's better for us. Okay. No. We gotta try to figure out who that security guard is. You can't really tell from the photo. I know he doesn't look it, but he can really get things done when he puts his mind to it. Really? So what exactly does he put his mind to it? When exactly does he put his mind to it? Well, not very often, I admit. But I'll never forget the first time we met as long as I live. It must be nice to have such a fond memory like that. So this is Mask to Mask, huh? I wonder what kind of house he lives in. Who knows? Maybe it's exactly like this house. You know, same dimensions, same decorations, same wife. You're so funny sometimes, Nicky boy. But if I was a famous thief, I'd live in a great, big, gorgeous mansion. I'll be sure to tell that to your husband. Alright, let's go back to the CEO's office. What are we missing here? I kind of feel sorry for him. He's kind of a sad young guy. Yeah, and he seems to have a habit of always getting arrested prematurely. Well, it's just my personal opinion, but I think the police should have investigated the whole thing more carefully. I think we... Yeah. I think we've been through all that already. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Just be strict on it. Did I miss something? Did I miss talking to Larry about something? Yeah, I don't... Is that some people to him? I'm really sorry, Nick. I just really want to change my ways. But the thing is, I just don't have any interest in men. This guy really needs to get his mind out of the gutter. Gary's your stereotypical guy, alright? A real Chad. CEO of our company, he's a pretty good guy. Huh, really? Yeah, you bet. You know how I'm not very good about working hard, right? Yeah, I kinda noticed. Well, guess what the boss said to me about that. I don't expect much work from you, Larry. In return, just don't expect much pay. And that, contributed to his death. I see. I guess he had to follow some kind of dumb law about having security here in the building. In order to pay the lowest wage possible, he went to the bottom of the barrel. To be honest, I really looked up to the boss. If I ever grow to be CEO, I want to be just like him, except not dead. Don't worry, Nick. I promise I'll hire you for security. Okay, we talked to him about this. He doesn't know about that. Yeah, the difference between Larry and a full Chad, I guess, is that he's not as aggressive about it. He is aggressive, but not like, sup, bruh? I'm gonna go fuck your chick tonight. Huh, what are you gonna do about it? Lick my nuts or some shit like that. And before, that was oddly specific, Twain. Have you ever done exactly that before? I am not presenting him Pearl. No. I don't want to have to rip out his heart and show it to him as he falls to the ground. Did I forget to show that to Gumshoe? Let's go back to Gumshoe. Up this blackmail letter. Yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot too, pal. Why would Kane Bullard have been blackmailing Rhonda Light anyway? Well, Mr. Delight used to work at KV Security, right? But what was it that made him quit? Nick, that's it. Maybe that's the same reason he's being blackmailed. Well, I'm in the middle of an investigating that right now. Oh, all right. This is proof that Rhonda Light was here at the crime scene when the murder happened. What? And his key card, huh? I think that was Phoenix. Anyways, I think we need to ask Mr. Delight some more about those two things. It'd be great to be able to talk to Mr. Delight in general. Can I go talk to him now because I presented that? Can't show him this. Alright, let's see if... Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see if we can go to the detention center now. It seems like we need to... Damn it! We need to get him to talk. Okay, so maybe we need to go back here first. What didn't we show her? Hey, Lugia. Where's my hydration? God definitely relieves my stress. I have too many friends to talk PS5 and Xbox Series X stuff with. A good percentage of my gaming friends are PC gamers and make fun of my choice of platform, which is so stupid. Because, like, fine, enjoy PC. Let people enjoy their consoles, you know? Who cares? Oh, through the trolls, easy? Is that what you're talking about? Welcome back, Cosmo. I wonder why he gets targeted. Because he's younger. Do you know about this? Oh, is that a letter addressed to my Ronnie? Sorry, but I hate it when people poke their noses into other people's business. Looks like Miss Delight doesn't know about it, which means she has no idea that her husband was being blackmailed. Okay. Who fucking cares at this point? Okay, we need to do something to trigger... trigger that. Wait. Wait. Oh. Okay. We should examine this stuff here again. There's a whole bunch of stuff piled up over here. What are these rows of paper stuck in the trash can? Theft of the Mazarin Stone. The Great Albatross Strategy. Theft of the Immortal Goddess Statue. The Great Knuckle Bomber Strategy. Did the police even investigate this place? The police took a look at all of that, you know. Really? Did they say anything? They said it wasn't important. Oh? Don't worry about it, Nicky boy. After all, my Ronnie's just an amateur. Amateur or not, this is cool. Knuckle Bomber. How cool is that? So Ron received a blackmail letter, huh? Do you think Mr. Light knows about this? Well, she did. I don't think she'd be smiling like that. I wonder if we should tell her about it. I think it'd be smarter if we didn't. Look, Nick, it's a fake beard. It's also a mask made out of cardboard. Here, Nick, try on this fake beard. Come on, try it on. Hey, cut it out. Now put on the mask. It's Phoenix the mask. If you like it, feel free to take it home with you. Thanks, but no thanks. Oh, that's so cute. It's called a hot air balloon, you know? Wow, there's no fooling you. I want to make my own balloon now. I'll even let you ride in it, Nick. That emblem on the balloon is supposed to be top secret. This could convince the courts that Rhonda Light is Mask the Mask. Better not tell Maya. She gets kind of scary when it comes to celebrities. It's Mask the Mask. It's a tape. There's a tape recorder hanging around from his neck. Let me see that. Ha 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 ha! I'll be taking ha ha ha! Ronnie used to say that. A happy laugh is the lifeblood of a thief. Well, that certainly is a happy sounding laugh, alright? Yes, and laughing isn't as easy as it sounds. The harder you try, the more fake it sounds. Yeah, Mr. Delight really works hard at his craft, huh? Well, we're stuck here. I'm trying to figure out how I need to get to the detention center and get to talk to Ron. But there's something I need to do first that I haven't triggered yet. I gotta figure out what that is. Yeah, so they can't get, like, excited about the specs. Which PC gamers would, but they're just like, oh, well, my specs. Pros and cons for the PC platform. I'm speaking of the PC gamer. Mostly got the short end of the stick regarding ports, for instance. Yeah, because they just kind of like lazily slap it together, right? And then it's like, oh, thanks for that. They just generally are worse. Yeah, I can do more stuff on my PC now, but I'm never gonna be like a full-fledged PC gamer just because I like the convenience of console. But I very much understand and appreciate the advantages to PC. Apparently, I'm really good at laughing on command. I wouldn't have thought so, but it's fooled my wife several times. I would never laugh on command. For her, though, everything she says is hysterical. Okay. Nick, it's a torpedo! It's hard to believe, but it sure looks real. Where could he have picked up something like this? Please don't say that as if torpedoes are things people just leave lying around. A bunch of books lying here. They're all romantic-sounding novels about famous heists and fantastic thieves. Wow, look at all the bookmarks and notes stuck into them. Let's see here. Note, let's remember this thief's way of laughing. Very useful. Note, a calling card is an important part of any good thief's modus operandi. It was always Ronnie's dream to become a thief. Well, I guess you can chalk that one down as fulfilled. Wonder why Mr. Delight never talked to his wife about it. Yeah, well, I think she deserves some of the blame for not bringing it up either. He just took all that thief money and was fine with it. Alright, am I missing anything here? I don't think so. Oh. This thing looks vaguely familiar. Oh, I know. It's a fishbowl. Well, it's an upside down one anyway. I think it's a helmet, an alien helmet. And that looks like a tape recorder or something next to it. I think this is a transceiver, an alien transceiver. Oh, that? Ronnie brought that home one day. He asked one of his friends from work if he could have it. It's a Space Ranger uniform. I've never seen Ronnie happier in his whole life. Oh man, now I want one too. I wonder if KB security in charge of KB was in charge of security at the event from that old case. Alright. I still have nothing new to present to her. Enough old bag references. Next Smash stream, next member Smash stream is gonna be Saturday. I feel like maybe we're missing something with Larry? What? So what about this? Huh? Well, you shouldn't have. A love letter for me? No, sorry, this is a blackmail letter. Oh no, that's right. That's the Alexis thing. We've already done that. Hey, it's the word I found. You found it when you snuck out of work to get sucked in a kisser, right? Oh yeah, we did this too. What are we missing? Did this. Okay, we did the buzzer thing already. Yeah, it really made me reflect on the way I've been doing. But the only problem with all this reflection, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know? What are you going on about, Larry? Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record? Huh? Record? Oh, nothing at all. It reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. Dude. Do I need to present something to Maya? We don't have the evidence to present to her yet. So we can't do anything with her yet. The Pokemon DLC? I did not. I gave out 25 for Easy's raid. That was it. No worries, JMT. Is it like worth the $30 or whatever? Okay, I am stuck. Coulter, are you sure that we don't have anything else to give? That we don't have the right evidence to give to Adrian? Because I guess I'm not sure what talking to Ron's gonna do to help. Because I don't know what else I'm supposed to do right now. I've checked everywhere, I've talked with everyone. The only person I haven't really talked to more is Maya. I can't... This doesn't generally lead to anything. We don't have... Oh, okay, this makes sense. I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am on the urn of the poster. I doesn't know, but 1 year ago when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Ami's name into I am. That repairer was one mechanically unskilled little pearls, but still, I don't remember ever seeing Pete's watches on it. Is it possible that the urn is fake? I'm sure Pearls will find out about that when she gets back to Crime Village. Yeah, I suppose. Now I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Crime Village in a long time. Okay, so I give this game credit for doing this, but it's not something that I'm used to, and so I get really annoyed when I forget to do it. In the prior two games, at least from what I can remember, going back to the office rarely resulted in any new information. This game has done it twice already. It's good that they actually make the office useful, but just not used to it being useful yet. Okay, so yeah, that was the hint, is that we have to get Pearls to look at it. Yeah, they just released the DLCs today, right? Again, your credits are probably getting like tripled. First half. Oh, just the first half? Spent most of my time exploring catching these mobs. How did they add? How many more did they add? I have not watered Charlie yet. So I guess people still go to Crime Village through their training, right? Yep, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. Channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're going to train, you have to be serious, otherwise real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in her village, it happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses the crying technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder, it wasn't your fault, Maya, you know that, don't you? I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. Sounds like being the master of Wright is going to have be a heavy responsibility. Must be relieved we got the sacred urn back, huh? You bet. There's something a little different about it. Don't at me. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says, I am on the... Oh, okay. Rest of this we did already. Alright, so we can probably go to the village. Or somewhere else, maybe? Here? Oh, is she gonna be... Here? Yeah! Yeah, she was set up. Yo, what's up, Nintagious? Well, I just spent, what? An hour fucking around, not having no idea what I was supposed to do. But you've come at a good time because progress. Oh, and restreams and chatbot and YouTube in general, the chat, for me at least, is broken. For you guys, it's fine, and that's good. $1 a.m., the time of the murder. Oh. Bunch of Pokemon and a new storyline. Is it new Pokemon or is it kind of new, kind of old? Like, are they new Pokemon or are they all like prior generations that they added? Matt did the DLC today. Oh, is she? I see. Okay. So class rep is duplicating, and that gives you an idea of what's happening right now. This might not even be restream or chatbot. Well, it could be on the side of YouTube if both chatbot and restream are both having the same problems. New and prior gen, that's cool. Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see. On the same night the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store. Blackmail letter, you got summoned you to KB security to hand over some money. And then that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. But there's only one Rhonda Light, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Light, do you still insist that you are Mask to Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. But listen, Mr. Delight, at the trial today we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? There it is. That very suggestive motion and face. Pokemon previously cut from the game. Oh, it's cool that they re-added it. Why would you have to own both to get the DLC? I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as Mask to Mask in this photo. It's gotta be Detective Atme. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor. You went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked. There was no answer. So then I used the key card to unlock the door. How did you get the key card? Hadn't you been fired for a year? He didn't switch that shit? Actually, he sounds pretty fucking lazy. Maybe he didn't. Oh, my back. Okay. Posture correction activated. Sword or shield? I mean, I own sword. For me, it's not a big deal. But I guess if you don't have either. But if you don't have either, you're not interested in the DLC anyways, right? So... God, Zara, be funnier. God, do it. God, I'm in Rhonda light mode now. And then I use the key card to open the door. I'm not gonna tell you why I have the card still though. That's probably when he dropped his wallet. When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? Oh. Huh. Okay. So Detective Atme's the actual murderer. He did not steal the urn. So then who did steal the urn? Or was that stolen on a different night? The timestamp is correct, but do they have the date itself on there? Yeah, okay, so I see what Muted was talking about. That was very obvious. Though the thing is, I didn't need to know that beforehand because, yes, I put that together as we see it. Jeez. That was... That was bad. Kind of disappointed. Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam. Oh, did he get hit over the head with a sword? Maybe not. Was it Cain Buzzard that hit you? I don't know. I just saw this very, very distinct blacked out figure. Person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. Thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. That's why you put it in the safe? Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick, all of a sudden Mr. Light kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Hey, Brenda, how's it going? Yeah, quite the mastermind. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you? I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please. Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Phew, thank goodness. No, but I suppose I have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually when I run out of money. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Legit question. You're kind of a dickhead. Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. also fair. Except being a thief. At least that's what I thought anyway. I mean, be a CEO. Just be a CEO, Forehead. Take over Bullard's job. Why didn't you do that? So he became mask-to-mask for Desiree, huh? I wonder if they'll just let him get away with it. Wow, this is cool. I'm really into this kind of stuff. Oh yeah, it's one of our most valuable treasures. If I ever get out of here, me and Desi will go to Worldly Taylor to check out the whole Treasures of Trine exhibit. Okay, I guess just promise me you won't steal anything, okay? Don't worry. We'd be going when I'm not on the job as mask-to-mask. Well, that's reassuring. So, was this blackmail letter written by KB Security CEO Kane Bullard? I think so, probably. You can only get into the CEO's office if you have a key card. The blackmail letter said to meet at KB Security. Guess no one other than Mr. Bullard could have written the letter then. That's not true. Why is that just assumed? Yo, what's up, Either? Yeah, I think it's getting to the point where he really is the mask. And Atme's the one that actually killed the CEO. So then either Atme stole the pot on a different day, or the urn on a different day, or someone else stole the urn. Cardboard cutout of him. Yeah, they did double swerve, but they did really give away who the murderer was. Like, it was kind of bad. Like, they shouldn't have shown the silhouette. I was at KB Security around 1 o'clock that night. I took out my wallet to open the door with the key card. So is that when you dropped it? I'm sorry, I should have told you the truth earlier. What are you still doing with this keycard anyways? That's a legitimate question. Didn't you return it when you left your job at KB Security? Of course I returned it, don't be silly. But it got sent back to me along with the blackmail letter. The blackmail letter? Yes, it said, use this to enter the CEO's office. What do you think about this? You should tell us if that's his brooch or not. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. Mask to mask. He must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my mask to mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket, and I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, huh? I mean, yeah, it's kind of obvious that that's who the security guard had to be. Wow, awesome. Hey, how's the phone? The guard in this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even Pearls could see through that in a heartbeat. He was telling the truth, but he also made it seem like he was the one who stole the urn. I'm not sure if he ever explicitly said it, but he was making that implication. Which was a lie. A false implication, I guess, is more appropriate to say. But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atme found the mask-to-mask disguise? That's interesting. Yes, and I heard he brought it home with him. So that's it. That's when Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more now. Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. That's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it, it makes a terrible racket. Sorry, I just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with the case? Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. For all, there were no prints on it or anything else for that matter. This list, we found it in the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. Hey, this is a list of all the things Master Mass stole. That's the value of each item listed next to them. $100,000, $150,000. Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? Numbers seem a little low to me. On the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. I guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard. Buzzer went off just once around the time that Bullard was killed. Oh, that's scary. You know anything about that, Mr. Delight? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't. Why am I not surprised by the clueless anymore? This blackmail letter, is this the first one you got? No, of course not. What do you mean, of course not? What are we just supposed to assume that you've gotten multiple blackmail letters? This is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Ammonon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. So someone found out about your true identity just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know. I've got proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. In the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that trouble to steal. Is that right? Hey, hang on a second, what do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified, someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know? After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? Why aren't you telling me? Oh, heist plans. What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. It showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean the one who planted the heights wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. The greatest of plans. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dominguez? He reminds you too much of, what, Mousy? I wouldn't have thought of you as a mousy person. Earn in the first place. We played ourselves. Tell me more, tell me more. That is odd that he hasn't had a Cyclock, because he was definitely hiding something before. That seems like kind of a... But yeah, it's certain that Ron is demasked now. This all makes sense. Brenda, what's up, Brenda? I see that message like 5 times because every message on my restream is getting duplicated. You changed. I see. My 1,000th like on a comment on a YouTube video. How do you know it's your? Oh, I guess it shows you your number, right? I'm not sure what you mean. What you guys say from Ace Attorney Online, Pega's Jet Set. Something about Ace Attorney Online. I should probably check out Ace Attorney Online, huh? Well, and that's what we were talking about last night. We weren't sure. I'm not 100% clear on the Cyclock. There was a bit of a debate on that. Is it you have to ask a very specific question and they have to be withholding information on that question? Or can they just be generally withholding information? I always thought it was the former, that you had to ask something very pointedly in order to know that they were having a Cyclops, like what just happened with Andrews. We needed to ask Adrian something before her Cyclops showed up. Well, yeah, he did have a Cyclops later because we asked him something specifically. No worries, Chris. Enjoy Ratchet and Clank. I wish I liked those games more. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming too. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. So Ron Delight was Master Massey after all, but someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Could you try not to look so gleeful about it? You look super gleeful. You went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, the truth is I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal. Mr. Delight, is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Okay, well. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. Yes, please don't hurt me. What? Hurt? What the fuck? Anyways, Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Especially since there is no Cyclops that popped up, and we should know at this point that if he were lying, Cyclops would pop up. So we could just say that. It's Nick Maya! Hey! Really? I'm back! They just kinda let me into the detention center. It's kinda weird, isn't it? Hey, Pearls. Yes, that is weird. So what have you been up to this whole time? The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Crime Village to have it examined. And? What'd you find out? Oh, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Phew, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint. That they were put on the urn recently. Where are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there. Okay. We'll find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. Good lord. Good lord, sir. Alright, let's fuck Adrian's shit up. So kind of, Adamski, because a conviction in criminal court means that you are proved beyond a reasonable doubt that what the crime says happened. Therefore, you would have to try to rebut that in another case, and that would be not that it's impossible, but it would make it very difficult to do. Hid it in the safe because it wouldn't fit in the drawer. I mean, have you seen that dude? You're right. No, that's not true, Coulter, because that's not what happened with Adrian. We just asked her a question, and then she started going, and then the Cyclops showed up. So I don't think you have to know they're hiding something ahead of time. I don't think we knew that Adrian was hiding something. At least that's what happened in Adrian's situation earlier tonight. He is thick for the drawer. I like Ron. I like Ron's character. I think he's interesting. Oh, Pearl, nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? I sounded like a robot when I read that. Actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Okay. Quick revision to what I just said. I guess if we had done this the way the game wanted us to do it, then we would have known that something was amiss the first time, right? And then we would have asked her, knowing something was up, and then she would have acted weird, and then the psych locks. So I guess if we did it in the order of operations that the game wanted us to do, then what Coulter's saying is correct. Yo, what's up, boss? He calls Edgeworth Hamilton. Because, as you can see, Possum. Wait, is it actually gonna... See how everything's being doubled? What Mr. Dominguez just said popped up 2 times. And that's not at all helpful. But we have to have something there. So, it's them dancing. Yeah, it's difficult, but it's not also not like impossible, which is good. The thing that annoys me the most isn't like... It isn't stuff with like, oh, I'm stuck in an investigation. That I can figure out because like, just do stuff you haven't done, because if you haven't triggered something, it's because you haven't done something. It's when something really weird happens in court where the way to trigger the path forward is completely counterintuitive. But I'm talking about counterintuitive from an attorney standpoint, a little different from a gameplay standpoint. Though I will say that sometimes it can still be counterintuitive from a gameplay standpoint too. Nick, let's look around one more time. All right, let's take a look at the. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it is shaped oddly and it's shocking pink. It's the same color as the paint splashes on the urn. So then the question is, what's the cause of the odd shape? Let's look around here carefully, Mr. Nick. What am I still looking for? Box. Box, there's something about this bothering me. That's the box the sacred urn was in. Looks like there's some pink paint on it too. And it's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on it now. All right, let's investigate again, Nick. All right, do we have enough now? Do we have everything we need to be like, Adrian? Mr. Nick, could it be that this odd shape is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in. If you look here, there's a little bit of paint on the box as well. Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick? This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. I think it's all starting to become clearer. That much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn. Is that really what we should be concerned about right now? Because I feel like it's not what we should be concerned about. Maya's boxes are evil. It was used to help eeny miny commit murder.
Take that!
Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is the genuine article. Pearls went back to Rhine Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago, and now it looks like the same thing has happened. Quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? Both of these?
Take that!
Oh, do I have to show the, Do I have to show the, this?
Take that!
Yeah. This poster. It was made recently, right? Poster? Ah, the poster for the exhibit. That's the time when this photo was taken. The urn said, at the time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. The urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah! I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. It wasn't even there when the photo was taken for this... Oh, wait. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Now, wait! 4. Even if the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. Must have been one of the people of the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not going to give up that last Cyclock so easily. Do you have any proof that the urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor?
Take that!
Well, Miss Andrews? What is this supposed to mean? This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. Ugh. And there's some on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That the urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lordly Taylor's basement warehouse. I can prove that. It means that the urn was broken here, too. So can you prove that? Can you prove that the box was dropped here in the basement warehouse?
Take that!
Ah, I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. There's There's pink paint splattered on the floor and the walls of this basement warehouse. There's an odd shape imprinted into part of the paint stain. Am I right? Yes. Even if you put this box on the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. Your name does you justice, Mr. Wright. Yeah, she got her life back on track and lost the ability to lie. Preparing a Warhammer 4K army? That sounds intense. So if my feet hurt like hell, I found a snake in the ranch. I had to remove it. Oof. Hope it wasn't a dangerous snake. Poor Zero Suit Samus. Yeah, she is as hot as Samus is. Hey, Daisy. Hope your legs are okay. Oh, you haven't missed a ton. Yo, what's up, Jeff? Mr. Right, Mr. Always Right. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise and I thought my heart was going to stop. During the worst, I opened the lid of the box and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock and let out a huge scream. To be fair to Adrian, she put it back together way better than Pearls did. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Crime Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards are pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written. Any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person, really? Oh, that's sad. Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn in the storeroom and no one had seen it since then. But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the gold statue to cover it. The Ami face statue, aha. Paint cans are evil. She really earned her reputation as a clutch. Klutz, I can't talk, but boom. Yo, what's up, Mike? She probably looks fine. I mean, sometimes you just trip. Because everything is doubled right now in chat. So it'd be worthless to look at. So instead we have this cute GIF. Took it to a veterinary, simply don't know what to do with those animals. Oh, surprised you didn't just kill it. That's what I would have done, because I've been scared. Excuse me. Imagine if her name's Adrian Klutz. They have been showing lots of Pearls crying while fixing the urn in this chapter. I have no idea. There's something wrong with Restream, YouTube, and Chatbot. Like, all together. There is problems. Like, when I look at Chatbot, the chat is being, like, quintupled. It's baffling. Larry Klutz, Adrian Butts. The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen. Mr. Nick! There's no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And? I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. You see, that makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came back here again. At that time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. He's right about that. Oh, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Well then, who was it? Who could have done it and why? The day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved, but why? There's nothing wrong with having an androgynous name. Yeah, there's so it might just be Chatbot. But even when I got rid of Chatbot, Restream was doing it too. And Chatbot's not doing it with Twitch, so I'm guessing there's actually a problem with YouTube that's causing a problem with all the extensions. Yes, they did do that with that picture, JV. No, they would not look great together. Do not pair Adrian with that filthy Chad Light. Ugh. Looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Why? Why do you think so, Nick? Because that night, the real thief, Rhonda Light, was at KB Security. So then why did another masked show up here? A lot of things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact? The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but Looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. That is like shipping Hero with Hina. Disgusting. Diet Chad. Yeah, there you go, Diet Chad. Salmonella is a very unfortunate name. Save. Alright, guys. Got some good progress going. Fuck, I had to put my jacket on. Hey, Nick. What is it this time? Damn, dude, you wake up on the wrong side of the bed. What is it this time? God damn it. You won't believe how many people are here for the trial. Well, it is a murder case, and we do have open galleries for the public. You know, we still had that one trial in game 1 where Mr. Wright wasn't revealed to be this huge blackmailer or whatever, even though everybody saw it. I still need to go back and look at that, because I could have sworn that the whole thing was, well, we can't let any of this information get out. But then there are people everywhere that could see it. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door. Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atme's trial today. Detective Atme? They say they're going to try him as mask to mask. Already? That was fast. He's joking, right? They're having a murder trial the day after that oh my god, okay, Nick. Boy, I'd love to see mask to mask trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? The fuck was that? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. I know you don't like me. I'm sorry. I don't like you either. I have the death sentence in 12 countries. I'll be careful. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please, don't ignore me! Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me, even if I killed someone. Bruh, you mean except for your smoking hot fucking wife? Like, dude, come on, man. I love using Star Wars quotes in places that, you know, is more like fitting a square peg into a round hole. They're Star Wars quotes, they should be used everywhere, even when it seems inappropriate. Ron is too Chad to notice his Chad. He is not a Chad at all. He's like the exact opposite of a Chad. He is the penguin. Red White asked for Alana's help. I mean, you're probably right, but still. They were talking about it in open court. All one person has to do, if there isn't already media there, which there usually is go to the media and say, bruh, I just heard this at this trial that I witnessed. Yeah, right, Coulter. We don't talk about that alternate timeline. It was Hina everybody in that alternate timeline. Except Toko, who killed herself, probably. Ron looks like a Star Wars character. He could be a Star Wars character. Yeah, he's too emo to be Chad. Him saving Desi is Chad? Did you hear the story about how he saved Desi? That's not Chad at all. Agreed, Chris. Well said. Adrian Andrews. I don't see a problem with having an androgynous name. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, no. I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. A thief can't really be poor. Yes, they can if you fail at thieving. Or if you just thief bread instead of money or valuable objects. Now let's see, according to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that somehow had been sending him to help him commit the heist. You really think there's a connection between the thief and the murder, Miss Nick? It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Well, how come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. Looks like he lives in the capital of the Hunger Games. Yeah, the only difference is like he has normal skin instead of coloring it like blue or purple or something. Man, this back thing actually fits quite nicely under the jacket. Better than most of us. Well, I agree. But that's not what Chad is. Chad is a derogatory term. Oh, I would also have a nervous breakdown if I were Phoenix Wright. Absolutely. Luke Skywalker, look at me? Coincidence? Yes. Think Luke at me once, Ron. Yes, court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. I just came in from my glorious steed. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You are ready. Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. No. 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 No, no, no. Godot hasn't said anything outright stupid yet. There's been some outrageous things, but nothing outright stupid. This was outright stupid. You often wear baseball caps in the courtroom. I never wear baseball caps in the courtroom, but today we're doing that. In fact, everyone get a good look because it's the last time. Arrested Development reference, bang. After Friday, I will have a haircut, a proper haircut, and I'll have no need. In my suit, at least. So this is the last time you'll see hat and tie Twain. Yeah, real lawyers don't need to prepare. I think that's the joke she was getting at, Adamski. Or maybe I misunderstood. Rip, hat and tie, Twain will remember. Long live hat and tie Twain. Yeah, just think if Batman was never prepared. It'd be fucking terrible. Okay, settle down everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. He's got the judge in the palm of his hand, yet again. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. That told me absolutely nothing. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war. That is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. Telekinesis. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Should have become a politician. Bang, 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 bang. Mr. Dominguez with the hot one. Yes. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in the safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. His sideburns were still intact. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. on the previous day. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. What? Who are you talking about, Lugia? Yeah. The problem is that Ron would be like, what's his face? I don't even remember his name because he's so irrelevant. I feel like I missed something you said earlier, Lugia. Are you talking about the Pokemon? Or somebody who's actually named Lugia? Jesus Christ, Kazuma. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. I need no witness. All I need is this smooth Godot blend number 107. Bitter and dark. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial. If I did, my heart would probably explode from caffeine overdose. But the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, you a witness? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Light, has to say for himself. He does actually have a caffeine addiction, and it is a problem. The defendant, well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... Remember when Mia was defending me, she allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. I would like to point out that, again, you would never let this happen in real life. At least in the US, I should say. At least not in a situation that I can think of, because you want to be the one handling the direct testimony of your client and then only allow the opposing counsel to cross-examine your client. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. But it seems like I think there was maybe one time we were able to call a witness. But other than that, Phoenix generally doesn't call witnesses. It's all on the prosecution. Huh. You've got guts, Trite. Is that why it's 17? Yeah, but how many before and after? Jeez. It does not count as 27 views, unfortunately, but thank you anyway, Daisy. How does he not die? I don't know. Yes, Pain is who I'm thinking of. Oh, people were named Lugia. Gotcha. Yeah, he should die. His heart should not function any longer. All right then, Mr. Rondelot, please take the stand. You did it, didn't you? Yes. What? No. That's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever. Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. Once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security? Well, it's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. 3T that's not bad. Compared to 17 coffees? That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got had ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. 1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. Telekinesis. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. Ha, it's bitter today too, just like my destiny. On cue, Coulter. Good fucking Lord. You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. Three cups of coffee seems pretty normal. I think he breaks Edge in half. Jesus Christ, this guy. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure. My watch was slow and my internal clock was also good. 1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. It ordered you there? It was the first time I gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Oh, of course. They'd say... Ahaha, why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Please don't say any more. Now, what should I do? So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring $50,000. Money, a perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait! Never intended to pay that money anyway. Oh, is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony. Yes, sir. Huh. A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. What were you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask to mask thing. But I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me. He didn't. Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me. Oh, that's sweet. So that's what Miss Delight didn't believe. That's why Miss Delight didn't believe he was mask to mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. Hey, Ventus. That's okay, I'm having trouble with YouTube right now, in that it is multiplying everybody's messages by like 1 billion. At least not for you guys, though. You guys see a perfectly normal chat, except for when class rep says anything, she says it like 4 times. I didn't expect this from Godot either. I can't do a Nick Cage though. That's something to work on though. A Nick Cage would be really good. That'd be a really fantastic voice to use. I drink no coffee today because it tastes like twice digestive crap. I agree. I don't like coffee myself. And if I do drink it, it's with much sugar and cream, which basically makes it not coffee anymore. Ron is husbando material. I mean, he became a master thief just so that he could pay his wife's bills. There's something there. He saved her from being stabbed, even though his way of saving her was saying no and just flailing his arms wildly. That's a man. Not a very graceful man, but a man. No, actually, he's a very, well, you have to be graceful to be mask to mask, but I guess not a very masculine man, but a man. A true man. Being a man isn't all about masculinity. I agree that coffee is overrated, but I will say that, holy shit, when I drink it, the effects are felt. That's probably because I don't really intake a lot of caffeine because I don't drink coffee very often. Yeah, and those are good. I like those, but there's two problems with it. One, those are terrible for you, and two, they're expensive. So that's why I don't do it very often. But yeah, I'll drink those drinks for sure. They're pretty good. Like I said, for those that missed this story, when I was like towards the end of law school, beginning of actually being an attorney, when I would meet with like lawyers to like ask them questions and stuff and introduce myself, whatever, we'd often meet at coffee shops and everyone would order their coffee black. Sometimes you'd get a tea in there once in a while, and I'd respect that, but most of the time it was coffee black. And of course, if they went and they'd be like, oh, I get, you know, I'll have a black coffee. And then they turn to me, and because they're the person, the older attorney, and I'll pay for whatever he wants to. And you know, that's kind of common courtesy. Of course, I say, oh no, don't worry about it. And then they, no, I insist. So you go through that back and forth as you should. And then I'm like, fuck. Black coffee, I'll have the same. Ugh. But like, you kind of have to, because first of all, I don't want to be putting an expensive ass coffee on their dime. And second of all, I have to show them that I can be just as much of an attorney as they are. And being an attorney involves drinking black coffee. It doesn't, but that's what my fragile ego was telling me. At the same experience, I met one of my professors in med school in a coffee shop. They were like, how do you survive without coffee? I mean, and a lot of people in professional positions will be like, I don't understand how. And it is kind of difficult compared to what I assume they feel like, because they're always on coffee, you know, drinking coffee all the fucking time. Usually it means I probably have to work an hour later because I'm just not working as efficiently as somebody who's amped up on caffeine. I like soda, but soda doesn't have nearly the amount of caffeine in it. Even Mountain Dew doesn't have nearly the amount of caffeine in it that one cup of coffee does. Yeah, me too, dog. I actually feel like I'm not a morning person either, but I feel like coffee's most efficient for me when I do it around lunchtime. Because even though I'm not a morning person, I won't necessarily feel like going back to sleep right away. But when I'm up for like 4 hours around lunchtime, that's when I'll start feeling dead and when I need the coffee. Yeah, I really did try to acquire the taste. I was able to acquire the taste of red wine, which I didn't like initially, but was never able to do it with coffee. Even though coffee offers you a similarly tangible benefits. So it's not like, well, of course you're gonna get used to alcohol, because I never got accustomed to the taste of normal beer. But they both offer you something, right? A little different, but. Did you bring enough to share with the whole class, Court? Yeah, exactly. I could use some coffee right about now. You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. A security chief, you? And yet, a year ago, you were filed, excuse me, Your Honor, to the court, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge? A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject? What'd you do after being fired from KB Security? Spent a lot of time looking for work. Then I decided I wanted to start something myself. Not good, this is going from bad to worse. But I started looking at books, TV and movies, learning all I could about masked men. Masked men? So you want to try drawing a comic, right? About masked men? No, that's not right. I wanted to become... Shut your fucking mouth! Your Honor, let's move along, shall we? But you asked the question. You're being quite odd today, Mr. Wright. Way to bring the spinning buzzsaw one notch closer to your own neck, attorney. There wasn't much to his testimony, was there? Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least that's what it sounds like to me. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. We better be careful. If we don't find a way to make him spill the beans, we'll never get closer to the truth. Yeah. That was funny. That was hilarious. Shut your mouth! Yo, what's up, Tal? How's it going, dude? How was your evening, Ben? For my tablet, thanks to the update, I no longer have a live chat or in other videos to be able to view comments. Oh, God. YouTube, why fuck up so badly? Yeah, I have to have this here because freaking the thing is like quadrupling everyone's messages. What are you talking about, JB? What doesn't have caffeine? Oh, chocolate milk? I thought chocolate does have a mild amount of caffeine in it. And that's one of the reasons you're not supposed to eat or consume it later at night. Unless you're talking about something else. But it's like the amount is negligible to the point where you don't have to list it on like ingredients. You drink 1-2 liters of soda a day? That's a lot of fucking, Jesus, that's a lot of soda. That is a lot of soda. I used to drink that amount of soda when I was in high school, and then my mom was like, you're gonna burn your trachea open. I'm like, oh my God. And so I stopped because I didn't want to burn a hole in my trachea. Yesterday when I popped on the stream, you said red wine was an acquired taste. Oh. Yes, I remember that. That is when you popped in. Culture just uses it, it's a placebo. Messaging from phone, watching from, oh, I gotcha, okay. Yeah, when I was younger, even than high school, it was like could we drink a 24 pack of Mountain Dew in one evening? That would be like challenges. I'm glad I realized early that that was a terrible idea. I didn't acquire a taste for Dr. Pepper until I turned 18. That's interesting. Have I ever needed to acquire a taste of soda, or have I generally liked most sodas? Interesting. Dr. Pepper is a very different soda from most, right? We drank that from a fairly early age because my dad really liked Dr. Pepper and Mr. Pibb. Even though there is a difference, but they're both very tasty. Okay, so... Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well... The world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay, then I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. I needed money. You needed money. Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Oh, God. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was a security team chief, you stole some data and sold it. Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. What? I wish I had never asked that. We're just talking about how we needed to get him to spill the beans about something. I was somehow able to keep it secret. It made it seem like I'd quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you to admit that you stole data from your company. Is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. It's a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worst, crashed and blew up. See, it's making it seem like it's bad, but it also seems like this was necessary, and I kind of don't like when the game does that. Or like, bemoan it or whatever, but they're literally making it seem like, oh, you're fucked now. You're fucked for doing that. And it's like, no, you had to do that. That's always a weird, like, pulling at both sides sort of feeling. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Tal told me about Zevia. Desi is a shopaholic. Yeah, there's some fairly good off-brand sodas. I have not heard of Moxie. Wait, no. Didn't we talk about Moxie during our soda tier list? I didn't specifically remember. I didn't know what it was before then, but I thought it was mentioned. A drink for intellectuals, some mad scientist. Tonic water is delicious. I mean, with booze it is. I don't think I could ever drink tonic water on its own. Did get that. Dude, that Troco remix was sick. I understand. KY likes drinking club soda, like just fucking carbonated water, essentially. Like, just plain. Not even like LaCroix. We're telling you this tastes like mango, but really it tastes like if we added some sugar to urine and sold it to you in a can with some bubbles. He drinks just normal ass club soda for weight loss purposes. And I'm like, man, I wish I could do that. Just you get something fizzy, but it doesn't give you like the fattening, you know, aspect of soda. Love that DP. We had a huge argument with one of my friends who was like, she was like, I don't like Dr. Pepper, and the whole house for like 2 hours was arguing about it. It was so funny. All in good fun. Not like mean about it, but like, oh my God, how? One serving of chocolate has a third amount, the amount of one serving amount of chocolate milk, or just like an ounce of chocolate? Because like a third is actually still more than I would have thought. That's interesting. So yeah, you shouldn't drink chocolate milk before you go to bed, or it might keep you up because it does have caffeine. They are the husbando and waifu. Hey, it's Ronald McDonald. I mean, he's funnier than Ronald McDonald is. Yo, what's up, X-Blood? More popular than Coca-Cola until the 1930s. English word Moxie actually comes from the name of the soda, not the other way around. Oh, like you got Moxie, kid. Like you got soda in your belly? Drink 3 or 2 a day. What, 2 liters or just like cups? I haven't seen Remix around here in forever. I'd love to see it. Remix is great. Pure water? What do you mean? Like from the river? Because I assume there's like some parasites or some shit that's in it. Oh, hydration. My filtered water. Bitter aftertaste of it. Not a fan of that. Ounce of chocolates. Chocolate milk will have it. Gotcha. Okay. Diet water.
Hold it!
Why would you do something like that? It sounds like more like we're having a conversation than a cross-examination. Well, for Desi's hobby, what else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste! So Miss Light doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem. 3 2 liters? Well, I mean, how many people are drinking that amount? Because that's a lot of soda. That's a lot of soda. But if it's like a family, I guess technically that's less than 1 2 liter per person. But that's still a lot. I got a yard-long pack of Twix and ate it one day on a whim. A yard? That's like, what, this? You know, I'd say something, but I'm pretty sure I've eaten that much chocolate in a day. It's actually okay with the aftertaste, but I just prefer the other soda. I mean, I'd be interested in tasting it. I'm not sure what you think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. There wasn't much just testimonies. Wait, something, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, so... what happens...
Objection!
Whoa! What? What? Did I not press this before? Tisk, tisk. I'm afraid that reason isn't gonna hold up anymore. What do you mean? The victim had no proof the defendant was mask to mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. Oh, I see. It's because we talked about the other stuff. But that was all over once I was fired. But it is true that the fact that I stole secrets is kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now a whole year later. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. I mean, I would say no, not especially, because I don't want my fucking client to be outed for... Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. Ugh, Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Huh. Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo? Yes, now come on, provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Telekinesis. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? His wife.
Take that!
Mr. Light, what did you say that just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday? Huh? What doesn't it? I think you must have been very scared of having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. Dude, stop being so smug about fucking up your client's testimony. I hate it. Ah, but listen to me, my Desi, she's... Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will end before it truly begins. Good-do. Yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. Oh, No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Yeah, because the game makes you do really, really fucking counterintuitive things to get to the truth. Don't talk about my Desi like that. Or you'll be sorry! Oh, well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. Ugh. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Yeah, he's doing the fuck. I hate when that happens. I fucking hate when that happens. You do their job for them. Doesn't make any... whatever. I agree with Talvez. I don't trust anybody that doesn't eat. Hello, updated autopsy. It was really easy to find. It was suggested to put a dancing gif here while my chat was fucking up, so I just looked up Phoenix Wright Maya dancing gif, and this one was like the first thing that popped up. I'm sure you could put Edworth Maya dancing gif too. Godot can break my heart in the middle of a Dunkin' Donuts and pour coffee on me, and I'd apologize for making a scene and ask him to take me back. Oh my god. He is Mr. Suave, as Talvez just revealed just how suave this dude is. Soda makes you energetic. I mean, you can find out which soda has the most caffeine in it. Just put it in a Google search, you'll find a list. I know Mountain Dew's up there. Professional writer? Ooh woo. Phoenix is the fucking villain right now. Ugh. I could do that. That'd be the other option, along with Atme's very, very, very strange motion that he does. But this one's just cuter. Besides, with the music, they can be dancing in music. When would you ever drink that, though? Where can you even find pure water? I would assume they'd say that's offensive to assume all police eats donuts as they were eating the donuts. Because it's not a... It's like the chicken thing. It's like the fried chicken thing. I always found that weird. Why would you stereotype black people for eating something that everybody fucking eats? Just like donuts. Oh, all the police eat donuts, haha. Everybody eats donuts. It's stupid for that stereotype to even exist or to take an offense to it because everybody eats donuts. Yes, I eat donuts because I'm a human being that enjoys delicious things. I eat fried chicken because I'm a human being that enjoys delicious things. Get out of my head. I'm like Maya, I saw the thought bubble pop up and I'm like, but you didn't actually say it, but Maya can read Phoenix's mind. Where in the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly I was hit on the forehead. After that I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. Pure water for computer and reactor cooling. But I mean, like, which makes sense, but like, when would I as a human ever actually like naturally encounter it? Because I know that the water we get out of our taps isn't like that. I'm assuming river water isn't like that, or spring water or something. Yeah, I heard that. I never looked it up. I should, though. I'm kind of interested in seeing what the secret KFC recipe was. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Master Mass struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. 22 likes. Why, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here are your credits, which again will probably be multiplied because YouTube will chatbot will input this several times instead of just once. Oh, you can just buy pure water? Oh, that's interesting. I assume that's different from distilled, right? Because I use distilled water for my CPAP. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. That's exactly what I should do. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. That's literally what I'm supposed to do. And what you are instead supposed to do is your role in prosecutor. Your logic is flawed, Godot. You are kind of an idiot. Then again, he's not the first person to say something stupid like that goes against your duty as an attorney. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Because folks eat it. I don't see that as being a reason, though, because everybody eats it with their hands. It doesn't matter who you are. Who eats it with a knife and fork? I take it back. I've seen one person eat it with a knife and fork, and that person was of the race in which they're stereotyped against. So that doesn't... I don't get it. That's interesting, Ether. Very interesting. Yo, what's up, Lucky? Fried chicken. Yo, Hasib, what's up, dude? How are things going in the lives of Lucky and Hasib? What was this suspicious shadow? If there are 1,000 of me, and even one new, I'd tell you. Trust me, that's an odd... Okay. He's dodging all of our questions. He's not helping us in this case. Okay, then. How was the victim, Mr. Bullard, at that time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it. Working on your sourdough. Nice. Your forehead? Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. You remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit. I saw this black silhouette of somebody as you saw my flashback, and he had a weird magnifying glass monocle that he had in his right eye. Do you have any idea who that could be? I feel like that could be a million different people. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Ooh, yeah, okay, Phoenix. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. Because I'll show you. Well, actually, I'm not gonna be able to show you now. But the chat is on Restream is repeating what everybody's saying like multiple times. So chat's kind of worthless on screen right now. 2 cups of flour, 2/3 tablespoon salt, half tablespoon or teaspoon. 2/3 teaspoon salt, 1/2 teaspoons thyme, 1/2 teaspoons basil, 1/3 teaspoons oregano, celery salt, black pepper, dried mustard. Oh, that's interesting. Paprika, garlic salt, ground ginger, white ginger. That's really interesting. White pepper. I would have guessed thyme, basil, oregano, black pepper, garlic salt. I would not have guessed the others. That? Could you please clarify what you were referring to? Why, my mask to mask costume, of course. Wait, just a moment. Mask to mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as mask to mask. then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Ultra pure water? What's the difference between pure and ultra pure? I'm fascinated by this concept. Nick, did you know about this? You never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. In fact, if he said something to you, I also would have heard it because we've only talked to him while together. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. Like, Godot, are you okay? Your head might, like, melt. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know, sometimes things just slip your mind. My 6th cup of coffee is staring at me coldly. God. There's anything worse than black coffee. It's black coffee that isn't hot. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Mask to Mask costume. Or were you dressed up as Mask to Mask? Why, because I'm Mask to Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Mask to Mask trial is being held next door. Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, you can tell the judge is really, like, that was very passive-aggressive of the judge. It's being held next door instead of in my courtroom like I would hope it would be, since I generally preside over any important case that comes through this court. I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to Mask issue, so I thought I should go as him just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I expected. It took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by it took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. Like, Cape got caught on the safe door, you see. And this all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. Wait, what was that? Back up a second. What in the Sam hell did you just say? Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable! Played yourself. How can the gem be flawless or perfect flawless? That's funny. Technical name for pure water. Oh, I see. So, but then, why don't they just call it pure water? Is it just so that people get the distinction? Because if a layperson would see the term pure water, they would just assume that's the water I could find in nature. As opposed to if we call it ultra pure water, then they'll get that there's something different from that. That's my guess, I suppose. Distilled is just the simple distillation, okay. Water zero. Yeah, he admitted that he put the body into the safe, but he had gotten knocked out, and when he came to, the dude was dead, so he tried to hide the body for some reason. Why? Just why? Especially because he said he knew how to dodge the cameras. So why would he have needed to do that? Because there was no other evidence that he was actually there. Well, there was, I suppose, but we would have had to have outed him for there to be that evidence. Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question: when does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. Wow. Making a lot of assumptions here, Godot, as though people don't first put them into a dirty clothes basket that they leave sit there for about 4 or 5 days too long and let it build up. This fucking guy. This fucking... Oh my god. I feel like that's something only a single person living all on their own could do. Because then they just let it build up within the washer until it is ready. I have to remember that if I ever get divorced. Hopefully I never have to worry about that. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Ha. So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yeah. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? The judges are always the last to know. Just by the process of how this all works. Witness, make sure you add this to your testimony. Laundry efficiency. Water, yeah, okay. Gotcha. Water is a very interesting topic. That's weird that if you got water that's like completely pure of all that stuff, it's actually like way different. Oh good, I was hoping that the dance would eventually match it. It'd be fun to watch. Yes, sir. Uh-oh, looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked. It took about 10 minutes. Why'd you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Please excuse my momentary state of shock. You did say that drawer shit earlier. That's one of the reasons I was baffled, because you made that joke and I was like, oh my god, Ether could be writing this game. It sucks the minerals out of you. Oh, because it naturally tries to consume the minerals or absorb them. That's interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Man, learn new stuff every stream, I swear. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it. Huh. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. But then he hides it in the safe. Somebody finds it eventually. Hiding it in the safe in general doesn't make any fucking sense, regardless of if he's a murderer or not. The only time that would be any amount of successful is if no one looked in the safe ever again. That certainly makes more sense. Or if he hid in the safe and then moved it, but that would be even more difficult than just straight up moving the body. Hold on, 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, If you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. I will tell you what I obviously should do as the player. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised, considering we just talked about what he was probably hiding before this round of dialogue started. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Okay. 10 minutes. You mean when she's like, ugh. I actually love when she makes that face. It's more like exasperated than angry. Hmm. 10 minutes. Took 10 minutes. The buzzer record? It's not the buzzer, it'd be the record, wouldn't it? You like it's the buzzer or the record? Yeah, I think so, but it's gotta be the record, right? Or maybe both are acceptable?
Objection!
Yep, okay. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? Oh, why can't he say that about photograph instead? You haven't done that since the first game. And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. The button in the office is pressed. The security team is supposed to come running. According to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Rondelite truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way. Huh. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. He's the chief security. It's a dumb argument. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as the chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. Oh, but as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. Who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Huh, again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. You guys don't have to keep yelling objection at each other. Just argue. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Ugh. Telekinesis. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious, so he fainted? That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had stopped. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight and then pressed the buzzer. Order, order in the court, Mr. Wright. This is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed King Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to press that button. So King Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? You need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene. How? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer? Objection! That objection is not needed. There's a lot of objection that's unnecessary. Yeah, he was fucking Larry up there. I'm actually gonna start catching up with the anime now. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. What, the buzzer itself? I think it's got to be either the buzzer or the autopsy report. And the autopsy report doesn't make as much sense as the buzzer itself. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Poof!
Objection!
Play them all but still haven't watched the anime. Because the anime goes all the way through this game, right? So I kind of wanted to wait so I could binge it all, but since we're kind of getting through this game now, I think I can start. Yo, what's up, Chris? How's it going, dude? We're having a wonderful evening. Well, right, the gloves. But his assertion was that the CEO pressed it. And if the CEO pressed it, he would have had to have had gloves on. And I don't think he had gloves on when he died, so you'd have to prove that he did have gloves on. Or at least point to that. Because yes, our client had gloves on. Ron Delight obviously wiped them off. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button, I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask to Mask. And Mask to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Oh, you're playing the DLC? Nice. Order, order, order. Is that what you've been doing, TuneIn? I know you were talking about the DLC. It would seem. Telekinesis. I've been forced to eat crow. Hey, good for him. He admitted he's at a loss for argument. While we have this moment, I have a bunch of you here. I want to ask you a question because I've been thinking about this recently. I want everybody's opinion on it. When it comes to like when we're playing Phoenix Wright, for example, when we play the second Danganronpa game, my setup for a while has been Tuesday, Wednesday are the 2 days that I play these games. Now with Smash, the Smash schedule being a lot different than it used to be, I could put one of these days on Tuesday, Wednesday, but then move the other one to Saturday so that they're not back to back like that. They're spaced out. Do you guys like it more when they're back to back and then you wait a week and then back to back again and then wait a week? Or do you think you'd like it more if it was like there was one, then a few days, then another, and then a few days, and then another, and then a few days, and then etc.? I'm curious as to what you guys think about that. Have you been playing the... I was wondering if you had been playing the Pokemon DLC. I would be impressed, Chris, but I honestly don't know what that is. Because I still haven't played my... I've played like an hour of Sword. Maya makes the face of my girlfriend. She's in lingerie, and I just can't. My hips hurt too much. I work too much. And she's just like, ugh. Oh my god, that's funny. Back to back, few days then another, back to back. I like back to back. The not back to back one, back to back, one and then few. Oh my god, you guys, there's no consensus here. Oh, ever since dying it. Oh, Sammy for Strims. Gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. No, that's right, because there's a new like story and stuff too, right? That makes sense. I'm sure they will at some point bundle them all together. You also agree with back to back? Also back to back. Don't care. Okay. Thank you for the input. I was genuinely curious because I was curious to see if chat would have one strong preference one way or another. I wonder what the blend number of crow-flavored coffee is. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? Phoenix, say it's because they wanted him to get caught. It's obvious. Oh my god. Okay. What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Huh. Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're on to you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? Killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed, security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well then. Ho ho, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To find out what it did. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. You mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes, although as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Rhonda Light, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. On 300 cups of coffee, good lord. I should set up some sub splits for like the 1 through 6 run. They are a duo. No, I understand what you mean, Ether. I'm not a completionist with a lot of things, but with Pokemon I kind of am. And I would be bugged by that too, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. They really gave it away, which doesn't even make sense because he said he didn't really see the guy at all, so why even show that silhouette? Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Rhonda Light. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective, to frame Rhonda Light for the murder. I am over 9,000 coffees in. Just check something here real quick. 1, 2. Order, order, order! It would seem telekinesis. I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the only one and only Master. Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're going to drag that person in here right now. But, who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity. They also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who is it that framed Rhonda Light for the murder of Kane Bullard? Who is that very obvious silhouette that the game keeps flashing in front of your eyes that is incredibly distinctive and has a magnifying glass for a monocle, and could not be possibly mistaken for any other person on this list? Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective. Luke Atme? You mean Master Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Master Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Yeah, Maya's about to go, well, I'd say put a boot up his ass, but it's more like, what do you call those, like, wooden Japanese sandals? The ones that, like, ride up high a little bit? Order, order, Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Okay, so they've admitted that they will kill people for being, and we were wondering about this before, because then we're not actually sure if these people have died. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion as he jerked off in the courtroom, then relieved himself. Orgasmically. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, as Master Mask. No, he was Luke Atme was better at this than was way more cunning than Celeste ever was. Because he was smart enough to go, you know what? Yeah, convict me of being the thief because then I can't be found guilty of being the murderer. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along, to be found guilty. Master Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. he was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as mass to mass was Luke Atmey's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi. I'm not sure, Daisy. I don't know. That's what the implication is, but I don't think that actually happens. You know, it's almost time. For what? To look at Atmey's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Luke Atmey's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of this true crime, Mr. Delay would be left with no grounds for appeal. So I think Adamski was the one who asked me this before, so it seems like in this here, in this universe, if he were found to be guilty of grand larceny, it almost sounds like it would be impossible to rebut that verdict through him being found guilty of something else at the same time. That would contradict the original guilty verdict. I'm not really sure about this. But that's only good when your life's empty. Okay. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So please, I'm begging you. The actor? Oh, the dude with the split personality. What's his name? Right, because wasn't the whole thing that, hey, if you get put there, you'll be able to survive, as opposed to if you don't get put there, you might be killed. If you're found innocent and the killer knows what you did, you might get assassinated. That statement is bothersome, though. The capital punishment statement. God have mercy on my hips. Just take a Tylenol. Well, I'm getting a needle put in my gums tomorrow, so you tell me who has it worse. Yeah, I'm assuming that I will perish tomorrow as I go to the dentist. As we all know, whenever you go to the dentist, you perish. At least you have a high probability of perishing. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounds like Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. So that's your answer, huh? Very well, I decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atmey to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, I thought that he would basically still be found guilty of murder. That was my impression of that, the law here. No, we don't get to see the sentencing because the sentencing is, I think somebody told me in this universe it's an entirely different hearing. Or like, you go in front of a different court for the sentencing. This judge just finds you guilty. He doesn't actually hand down the sentence. Somebody told me that. No, it was in the first game, I think, that was mentioned. So yeah, in universe, it itself is a contradiction. Yeah, I think that's, if I remember correctly, they were basically going to find him guilty of murder because he hired someone to murder. I mean, in our world, there's a legal distinction. It's like conspiring to murder, but... And then, like, maybe a lesser murder charge, I think. I don't know, I'd actually have to look at my state statute. I think we talked about this during Man on Guard's trial, but I honestly can't remember what I said. I don't know if I actually looked up the statute or not. But yeah, from what I remember here, he's still found guilty of murder, I think. Of course.
Well, Sir Detective Atby.
I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh no, Sir Detective Atby, you were the one who...
Oh! Something very off-putting about his appearance. What do I give this fucking guy? He's Canadian? Oh, that's enough there, eh? I can't do a Canadian accent. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant look at me. See, that sounds more like I'm throwing like a... I don't even know. That doesn't really sound Canadian. I need to listen to Canadians. Wait, don't hand down your verdict yet, please. I'll work on it, though. He has the Canadian accent, but we need to work on it. I wasn't expecting that. Well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hosiery? Is it just me, or is his face incredibly disturbing while saying that line? His fucking face, man. Oh my god. I just read that looking at his face and I just fucking, oh my god. Look at that. Those are cold, dead eyes. It is fucking derpy. Yeah, it like, it almost started like heavy Midwestern and then went into an Irish-Scottish blend with Midwestern, which is not what I was trying to go for. But that's just where my voice naturally carried. Yeah, this, yeah, I'd have to go back and look at that trial, because I honestly don't remember the end of it. I need to, like, the technicality. Urshifu is broken? Oh, is there, like, like an imbalance going on right now? Worst cornrows. He does have some bad cornrows, man. I tell you. Hey, what's up, Dreamer? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. We would never have met because I only ever practice in front of one judge ever, which is incredibly unlikely. And I wish to file an accusation against this man. Look at me.
Accusation? You accuse Master Mask.
That man is not Master Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Man, how sweaty you have to be dropping sweat from your nose. Pretty damn sweaty. The love child of the judge and Chaozu. Oh, God. My sis? Could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then she's still alive inside your heart. Nicky boy. Oh, Miss Delight. Is it true that detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one that could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. It's gotta happen sooner rather than later. In the courtroom. Would I be interested in reacting to a Phoenix Wright fan project? I know of a good one. Like what, as a YouTube video or something like that? I mean, yeah, you can send it to me or tell me what to look up or whatever. I like Ron with Phoenix, because Ron's fucking... he's hard to, like, gauge. I mean, Canadians can be pretty physical. I mean, they're really good at hockey. They can smash some bodies into walls, that's for sure. Now then, this court is back in session. Doesn't mean you're not a nice person, as long as it happens within the confines of the sport itself. Although it sounds like you were hurt in something that wasn't within the confines of the sport itself. Try not to laugh streams. I've thought about doing it. I didn't know if people would care about me doing any type of reaction videos. I know there's kind of a split in opinion on channels that do those types of videos. Now then, this court is back in session. Mr. Look at me. Please take the stand. Operation Turnabout. I'm trying to think if I've heard that. That's not the one with the music, is it? I only know of Club Penguin. I can't really give you an opinion. Yeah, exactly. Watch him go crazy with a hockey stick. Well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi, an alibi by the name of Mask to Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Look at Me has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could have known what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask. Of course. Very well then, Look at Me. Let us begin with this simple question. Yeah, I've said from the fucking beginning beginning of the trial, the prior trial, that ring was one of the treasures. It's a red diamond mentioned in the blackmail letter. Oh, really? That's interesting. At me place clipping. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks. Telekinesis. Alright, Mr. Atme, the night of the murder, speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. What are they, past game 1? Or like the story of Game 1 or whatever. I was stealing the urn as Master Mash, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Master Mask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Master Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Okay, Francisca. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. There's no date on there, though. There's no date on there. The statue was moved, though, by the next day. But she said she had spilled it like 2 weeks before, right? And the golden statue didn't arrive until later. Like right before. So it has something to do with that. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I'm called Master Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean? Huh, are you saying that this is not in fact Luke Atme? I mean, yeah, look at the nose. That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Master Mask to create an alibi. Oh ho! What an interesting idea! Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? Luke Atme was at KB Security during the murder. The Master Mask in this picture has to be a fake. And it really was an accomplice. Right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's got to be another way, and I'm gonna find it. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point? That's right. That was only over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent out the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed, there was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It's the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see, you truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Delightfully evil. Hey Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. This is kind of odd. So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is, that is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. Let me just repeat what you just said so I can stall and think about what I want to do next. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. We all have days like that. No, not like that. Not with his plan. Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as the perfect crime, after all. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody. Oh, she can call me foolish, too. For sure. Looks like I'd better gather more information for now. He's truly the killer. There's gotta be something phony in that photo. To see Godot? Yeah, Godot sure is something. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Daisy. There's just the time. There's no date. There's never been a date. So that could have been taken on a different day. And I'm pretty sure it was taken on a different day. Based on the paint and the statue. Lack of statue. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now, it is all too clear what you are thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? No.
I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lord Lee Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lord Lee Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered.
I see. It sure looks like I'd better find something else that would be suspicious. So this alibi is false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Alright, we gotta figure out which one is which. Did he have an accomplice, or is there something about that photo that's fake? I've thought for a while that it's the time, and it's not that he has an accomplice, but that he did it on another day because the thing that he set up doesn't actually take a timestamp. But the warehouse camera, there's data. Oh, no. They set up the camera, but doesn't he manipulate the data? Isn't that what they said? Like, he could change the data?
Except he's way cooler than Cyclops.
I think that's what happened, at least. So, they had the camera, but I thought he set up the program or whatever. Because I thought Phoenix mentioned that, like, when they were looking at it back in the basement. Just catch up the chat real quick. Of course, there's a million. Oh my god. They repeated what JMT and Brenda said a ton. A 6-part series. Yeah, I'll check it out. He could stab somebody to death with his nose. Yeah, you shouldn't be drinking anything while on a motorcycle. Okay, I'm caught up. We don't have anything to suggest that he had an accomplice, other than there's a possibility he could have had an accomplice. What did it say with the... moved again that night? Nope, that's not it. Did I save? I don't know if I saved. Space. Here? Nope. I could use the data. It's just a matter of where am I supposed to place that. Nope, okay. Maybe it's not the... Maybe it's not that it was on a different... That still seems strange. Or it could be that I'm showing the wrong thing? Oh. Okay, so I had to repress. I get you. By photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime.
Truly, even you understand by now.
Lord Taylor provided that camera. There's no way I could have tampered with it. That means I could not have killed Cain Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Come on, think long and hard about that night. Basement warehouse in this picture that supposedly captured it. It's gotta be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? Yeah, the statue isn't there. You're implying this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. We took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. There's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Because I'm a witness, and this is weird. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. What about this picture photograph do you find funny? The funny part is right here. Wow, this is a blood stain. It's Danganronpa. Ah, blood. Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. Stains pink paints. Oh, just paint. And peach colored at that. From blood to peaches, the judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot, making me a witness to all of this. This picture was truly taken on that night, and that statue should have been there.
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner.
Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally? Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance.
In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the right reason as to why the statue moved that night?
Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you are prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? Oh. Nope, that's not right. The reason for moving the gold statue. Here's where a battle really begins. No, yeah, I was right. Okay, well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me, you pretended to be mask to mask, to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw?
Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does this lie exist?
Take that!
Lie in this photo, somewhere around here.
Jumping to conclusions again. I think you need to take a gander in the mirror.
As the Yiddish proverb goes, a half-truth is a whole lie. Keep lying like this and you'll be the one on trial. Now they're calling me a liar. Okay, I need to save it again. Question is, why was the statue moved, right? There was some reason the culprit didn't want the statue in the picture. Oh, do I need to show it, like, off? At least that's what I thought.
I'll ask you again, Mr. Tribulations.
Just where in this picture does the lie exist? Oh, do I show the time? Or do I show that the statue should be up here? I don't know. Got the time. Naturally, the lie is in the photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Look At Me went to KB Security and murdered Cain Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious it would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. But what does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well,
The statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. It was placed there in order to cover up the paint.
exactly. Look at me had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place.
What the?
Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah, so on the day of the crime, Mr. Atme must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. What? What is going on? What does this even mean? Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down in place where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atme had to move the statue on the night of the murder. Is that a Matlock quote? Really? I wouldn't fucking know. I'm not 70 years old. Shit on old people like that. Oh man. But even when I was young, Matlock was like a show for the target demographic was an older crowd. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Because people in rocking chairs rock over cattails. I mean, I guess, but is that a common enough occurrence to say it like that? And you couldn't think of anything better? One moment, Your Honor, have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer, according to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. Just nice pillows. It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Ah! Order, Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of this? Godot, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. Damn.
My 11th cup. I promised to drink no more than 17 during the trial, which means I'm still good to the last trial.
However, the defense has a very good point.
A good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. Solid argument. Who cares? We're all just living life as best we can in this crazy world.
I see. Very good point. It's like low-key. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with loving Andy Griffith. I'm just saying, I don't know anything about Matlock other than didn't he wear a white suit? The judge looked like they're related. I mean, kind of. You cannot spoil. No. How does he not have caffeine poisoning? Yeah, we were talking about how is he not dead? Spoken like a true Californian. Oh. When in doubt, recite vague proverbs. Yeah, exactly. It felt gooder than a mother. Man, I have not been able to crack my neck in a while. I wish I could go back to my chiropractor, but ever since we switched and the insurance for my wife's work switched over, it's been like way too expensive to see him, so my back's just been fucked for like 6 months. The only thing keeping it together is the expensive mattress that we sprung for, because both of our cores and backs are not great, so it keeps it from being too bad. Expensive mattresses are worth their outrageously overpriced price tags, just because, I don't know. You got those back problems, that firm yet soft at the same time feeling is spectacular. This cost me $2,400. Anyways, we're all but done. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points.
So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match? It's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied,
Which is?
telekinesis. That it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams.
That's very true. No way, don't fall for that, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Damask.
Yes?
If there's no funny business in your actions as Mask to Mask, there should be no problem with your telling us your strategy, so let's hear it.
I mean, we'll see. As of right now, he's only the 4th best prosecutor, so he's gonna have to blow me away for the rest of this game to overtake Edgeworth or Francisca. He could probably overtake Von Karma very easily because he's gonna be in more than one case. But for Edgeworth and Francisca, he's gonna have to show me a little something. Coffee summoning material. Yeah, exactly. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. Pretty much his character from the Andy Griffith Show, but a lawyer. He's not drinking decaf. Hey, Jank Trees. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward. I'm not assuming he won't. I'm just saying that the bar is high. He absolutely could. I first received the request from Lord Lieutenant about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box in Zvari. It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? It's fine. Very well then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed, it seemed that they had heard of my sparkling reputation. Oh, wow. I see Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. You better watch out too, Maya. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. So you're sure that you've never seen the urn before? Indeed, you may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I look at me that no information whatsoever slipped through my fingers.
Hold it!
You mean this calling card?
That's right. That is without a doubt my calling card.
Guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course, because Atme knew about that emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. It would be funny if they became friends. They'd be awesome friends.
Zvari.
I like my Godot shaken, not stirred. Are you talking about Francisca, Ether? I then handled blah blah blah. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse.
Hold it!
And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed, to be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Hey Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. No shit, that's true. No, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. We can prove that he's lying there. We can wrap this up and put a bow on it. I need to take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on, is there? The detective's been covering his tracks. There's only one thing we need to prove in this cross-examination. That he took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Oh, alright then, how do we do that? There's one thing that Atme stated very clearly, that he had never seen the urn before he stole it. We need to prove that he's lying. So, it's about what Adrian did. That's what we need to worry about. So is it the urn? Oh, wait a second. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. Is that the urn? I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. So that means he wouldn't have seen this, right? Yeah, I think the spelling and the composition of the urn is what we're looking at. It's just a matter of how to present it. Do you present the urn or the poster? And when? So we know that Godot has some sort of history with Phoenix. That's something that we'll figure out. I always call her Franny because I forgot how to spell Francisca. Franny, Fran. I don't know. I don't think it's the calling card. Because at least the game itself is pointing towards showing that he had never seen the urn.
Objection!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. Fuck! I meant to check it again. Fuck. I refuse! Do I have to re-press something again now that I've pressed everything?
Hold it.
So you sure you've never seen that urn before? Indeed, you may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I look at me, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers.
Hold it.
Oh, actually I didn't mean to do this.
Hold it. Objection.
Oh, okay, so it's not that.
Objection.
Nope, not that. I think it has the last statement because he talks about actually holding it in his hands, which means that's the first time he would have actually seen it. So it's about pointing out when he saw it. Because he could know about it based on the, this. Like, if that's what the game does, I'm not buying that. Because he could have heard that the urn was being there. Or that it was part of the, Although I guess either way it's contradicting what he's saying. But then you should be able to use either one. No, right. The poster was made before she spilled the paint on it. I don't remember them saying that the poster hadn't been made more than 10 days ago. Because he was hired 20 days prior to that. And what, then they already have the exhibits lined up? Or am I not remembering that correctly? You didn't know about the paint specs. That's true. Because of the splotches or whatever. I don't know, because that just seems really flimsy. I mean, that could be what it is, but that seems flimsy if it's true. He could most certainly have known what was there without actually seeing it. And we do know that the card at the end is incorrect, because I did that on accident before. Mr. Atme, if you really are Mask to Mask, you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course! Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Mask to Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled... Oh! Oh, okay. 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 Yep, that's fair. I completely missed the speckled part. Now the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there is no way that Mastimas could have known about this pattern. What do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains, and these stains do not appear until after the urn had been taken by Lordly Taylor.
I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trey.
Yeah, if you were trying to point it out, it was not done very well in that statement that when I was responding. After that, I didn't look back at chat. Because while I don't mind working it out with you guys, there's too much noise going on. I'm not just gonna listen to chat and say, all right, what am I supposed to do? I think it was after... Oh, I see. You said that before... Where was that last one? The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say an error-prone human. That's when the paint got on the urn.
You can't be serious.
And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. What an interesting sound. No, yeah, nobody's spamming. The YouTube bot, YouTube's going crazy right now. What I see, what Chatbot does, what Restream does, is like multiplying everything, which is why the chat's not appearing on the overlay, because it'd be pointless, because you'd see the same thing spammed over and over and over and over again. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Yeah, Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick? I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh?
Telekinesis. Huh. It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days.
Conviction, you say?
Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man is mask to mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. You don't think we're being a tad fickle?
That's a good point. No way, don't fall for that too, Your Honor.
You say that Look At Me was the one who killed King Bullet. And let me ask you this, why would he do that?
An excellent point! Motive, Mr. Wright, motive! Might you, by merry murderous motive, manifest? Nick, he's getting his second win. If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ronda Light, as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder.
The only one with any motive we've seen is Ronda Light.
You don't know motive. At least not that I'm aware of.
Isn't that right, Detective?
Indeed, according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I mean, I guess that's technically a motive. I'd be honored too, Sir Old Timer. Yo, what's up, Lightgazer? They're doing everything they can to make Round look suspicious. No shit! Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. I look at me at no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Buller decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron Delight. It was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Master Mask. That is why Mr. Delight sought fit to kill Kane Bullard. It's truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant?
This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwritten test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter.
What? Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination. Okay. Interesting.
Hold it!
Who in the world is going to prove that?
I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atney and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report.
Perhaps they were connected through their work. They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with the motive was Mr. Delight.
Hold it!
Mistook? That's right, mistook from the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take an error. I didn't know that was Norse. That wasn't what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake Master Mask to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron Delight, of course! Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask? Don't you already know that? Zvari. Take a look at this newspaper. Oh ho, that's the famous tear of Emanon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, also shows an ugly god, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article in Zvari. He got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Master Mask. I see. That was an unusually reasonable deduction.
Hold it!
You mean this blackmail letter right here? It says, bring $50,000. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's?
There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it.
But I don't see an address on this letter anywhere. Address?
This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there was no address is irrelevant.
I wonder. What's up, Nick? I just had a thought. What if the blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight?
Whoa!
Do you have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling that there's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied?
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware, Zvari. Gamez, blah blah blah. Kane Bullard had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing that he was the thief.
Here's the file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money for blackmail.
However, isn't this a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually Master Mask? At that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Do you really think that story is going to hold up? The assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean by that?
I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. Telekinesis. Ronnie thinks he's Master Mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him.
Oh God. $50,000. KB Securities. October 12th. You don't want your true identity revealed to the world. If you don't, take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Which, the red diamond on his hand that he wears everywhere and always sparkles. Probably what that letter meant.
Well, Mr. Wright.
Was he trying to act like Mr. Light just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing.
Hold it!
Now that's just your imagination talking.
Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning.
Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves?
It's a long story and better saved for another time.
No. Very well, another time. That so-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least not in my experience. So you're going to try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right? Yeah, that's right. Hopefully it won't require surgery either. In that case, you'll have to talk about the blackmail. That's true. That blackmail letter really intended for Ron? Since we don't have enough information, you should press him to promote testimony. Maybe I'll be able to shake some contradictions loose that way. Alright, should I press again?
Hold it! Hold it!
I always feel if I go too fast, I'm gonna end up.
Hold it!
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I think that red gem on his hand is that, which, like, holy shit, that's arrogant. If that's true.
Hold it!
Looks like pressing again isn't helpful. So we have everything. I guess I didn't do this. Who in the world is gonna prove that?
After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme, we're unable to find.
Yeah, okay. That was fun. Okay. Do I just present the letter itself? Yeah. Yeah. It's either here or the last one. I guess it could be this one too. Yo, what's up, Max? either the list or the letter itself, but I don't know. The part about the letter that's strange is the last part. Nope. If it is the list, that's not where it's supposed to be. It could be here. He knows about the jewel. Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's all right. When you said that this letter was addressed to Rhonda Light, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction?
I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that.
You're one to talk.
At times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you got there, Junior?
Time to man up, Mr. Wright. Show us the contradiction. Contradicting evidence of the content of the blackmail letter. Is it this?
Take that!
Ah, a little 1-2 punch like that wouldn't even faze me. I think you mean 1-2, Mr. Wright. Oh, I still got one more. Okay. Right. Well, I guess. I thought he was too. I thought he wanted to throw down. Man, let's read this again. So the blackmail letter says the red diamond. I think I'm too fixated on that. You don't want your identity to come to KV soon. October 12th and bring $50,000. If you don't, I'll take that red diamond you received the other day instead. Okay.
Take that!
The testimony? I thought I might have forgotten something in his testimony, because it's not super detailed. I have it, I just need to figure out what it is. True identity revealed to the world. Wait a second. Oh, but wait, he didn't have the, there was no suit there, so what am I thinking? Wait.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, so I've been wrong this whole time. Interesting. So I thought the tier of Emanon was red, but in fact it was blue. Well, fuck me.
Take that!
Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the tier of Emanon, the stolen jewel. What about it? Problem is this jewel's color. Color. I'm not much for discussing color myself. Can you even see color? According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel is blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red. Which means, the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the tier of Emanon, the Emanon, God I can't, that Master Mass stole it all.
Objection!
And your point is, Mr. Tribulations? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing.
Take that!
Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved in every single mass-to-mass case, and in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel? Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. So it did have something to do with it, it just wasn't the tier that I kept saying that it was. Because I'm dumb and didn't look at the diamond the first time in the newspaper. That clearly shows it to be blue. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Ugh.
Objection!
Telekinesis. It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trey. Uh-oh, I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing looked at me. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. You don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atme's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? I hope I'm not colorblind. No, I'm just an idiot. Those are two different things, but both bad. Yeah, we'd get some sick jams if he was in Smash, huh? Atme killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Look At Me wanted to so desperately keep secret was identity as... Look At Me was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Look At Me. Are you saying that Atme was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd, it's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Look At Me. But Rhonda Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. Detailed plans, in which case that would mean that Rhonda Light was actually masked to mask. That's what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. That someone was none other than Look At Me. Silence. Now I see it's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions, am I wrong? Got a C? You got a C? How did you... You say that I, Look At Me, was blackmailing Ron Delight? In which case, I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask. Well, yes.
Ron Light started receiving his plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise.
In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Look At Me know that Ron Light was mask to mask?
What do we show here? Do we show the newspaper clipping? Or do we show the costume itself? I'm thinking it's this. Because yeah, they see each other here, but that doesn't mean he knows that it's him. He had to actually find something. He found the costume. And then he changed the costume, didn't he? I don't think it can be the list. Because the list is Kane Bullard's, not his. So, there's the first heist. He was hired to find out who it was. Knew who it was because he found, there was only one guard on the scene. He found his costume in the trash. So the only way he could have known that it was him was by actually finding, the act of finding the costume in the trash, right? And this was the part of the costume that he had. Which he then used to replicate the calling card later, because he had the costume. Natural leadership lacks the ability to pay attention. I don't know what mine said. We were graded on a U, S, and O scale. Unsatisfactory, satisfactory, outstanding. Yeah, I think it's the brooch. Because that's the costume. That's a part of the costume that he found.
Take that!
Nope. Okay. I can save. Come on. Come on. The newspaper then, huh?
Take that!
I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Oh, here he goes. Gets into lots of mischief, trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping. That's a picture of you and Rhonda Light in this guard uniform. Seems that mask to mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Dude, that's my motto, man. This judge, man. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Mask the Mask was really Rhonda Light. Was he supposed to be Mask to Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it, he was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. Why you? How dare you expose me like that? I mean, I never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective and also Mask to Mask. Oh, here we go. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity.
Oh, you! How dare you even dare to imply could ever assault at such lowly depths? Yourself, the big mouth of yours, you say, I say none of you can compare my genius. George said, sploosh!
It's enough to make one laugh in ecstasy. Okay. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff, please prepare sail for Mr. Atme.
Telekinesis. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim.
What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling.
Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge.
You don't get that much more on your face than that.
It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trey.
What do you...
It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer, and that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night he was murdered.
That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr.
But there's still one thing you have yet to prove.
What's that?
Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove that was a pitiful excuse for a dude, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered.
No way! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atme was at Bullard's office that night. Right, let's save! What, can you really prove that?
That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer.
That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security and the defense. The defense can prove it with evidence. Are you sure?
Ha. Don't worry, I'll watch over you as you break down and fall to pieces.
Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that Luke Atme was at KB Security that night. I just said yes without really thinking. I'm not entirely sure. No fingerprints. That doesn't really prove that was him, though. Photo, what? This? I mean, not this. This? That doesn't prove it. This happened a while ago. It wasn't the same night. I mean, he knocked him out. They've taken the sword with him? There's no fingerprints on it, meaning that whoever touched it wore gloves. That doesn't definitively prove anything, other than the person who touched it wore gloves. There's also the sword, but he could have just knocked that against the wall or something. Because he was by himself, he could have done that in the warehouse basement. That doesn't really prove anything either. just seems really flimsy. But it could be that the answer is flimsy. I feel like there's got to be something stronger than that. Hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head.
Take that!
Nope. It's very, very bitter. Hey. I feel like I'm missing something. It could be that there's no evidence. But then what happens? You just lose? Or is somebody going to come in last second, which happens and you shouldn't really expect to happen? The buzzer again.
Take that!
Nope. That's not it either. Okay, so I am... There's either no evidence or I'm overlooking something that's way more solid than really flimsy claims.
You never use coffee throw.
Have we used the testimony at all? That doesn't really help, though. Not that I remember, at least. What happens if I just say no? It's just game over. But if we hear more of Detective Atney's testimony,
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Trey.
what do you mean?
Won't allow for any more testimony, that's what I mean.
Well, it's not really up to you, but what?
Have you forgotten? Luke Atney is here after we interrupted his own trial, and you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict in mass demand.
Well, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems like that love wins out in after all. I am the ace detective there, blah, blah, blah.
Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow.
You can look for more evidence, and by then it'll be too late. Huh?
Why?
Yeah, I haven't used the testimony. Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. But you haven't charged him with anything. Aren't the charges still here against Ron? Not technically, not technically at me, because even in the theft case, they still had to have a different trial for him to actually be found guilty. Am I wrong? Am I completely missing the point? Double jeopardy is something that exists, yes. But this seems to contradict what the game did earlier in justifying itself, which seems poor. Because again, let's go step by step. Ron DeLight is charged with thievery. We bring Luke Atney into the trial, find out that he really did it. They set up a separate trial for Luke Atney for the theft they set up a separate trial then for Rhonda Light as the murderer. Doesn't that then mean that they would have to set up a separate trial for Luke Atme and he can actually be still found guilty there? Just because he's found guilty of the theft doesn't, again, it would be incredibly difficult, but that's not the same crime that he's getting tried for. Yeah, that's what I assumed, Janktrees. I don't think I'm overthinking it. I think that's the case. I think the game is just flat out wrong here. Well, there's nothing I can do to possibly do to win, even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent. The real killer, Look At Me, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? So then... I think I see it. Okay. See, and I don't like that because again, it's counterintuitive, but you basically have to go through here going, oh, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna give up because that's what it feels like. And I guess it's fine, but I guess I dislike more so how often the game does this than doing it in a vacuum. I don't know if that was Francisca or Mia's. I'm assuming that's Mia. Although what we're about to hear also makes it seem like it could be Fran. Well, I know it's for drama. I understand that, but from the player's perspective, it's kind of annoying to do it that often. It's the same thing with like, why does Mia have to be the one that saves us so often? Which means this is probably Mia. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you, Phoenix, raise your head up high? Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice, no way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Oh, that's so annoying. I complained about this in Justice for All. I really don't like that Mia always has to be, because it really diminishes what Phoenix himself does. Like, he can't do it without Mia. And you'd think by the third game he'd be able to. Mia! This is the true power of the crime channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me, but right now she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, the witness made a number of remarks. Seems that loved ones out in the end after I am the ace detective as well as mass, my verdict will... Just as Rhonda Lights will verify that he is the true murderer, I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but those comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question him. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? Nothing. Does he, like, fall in love with her? Because that'd be pretty fucking funny. Oh, so lawyers, looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods would do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness has made some remarks. So then,
Let's hear this last bit of cross-examination.
Mr. Godot, what are you... Like, it was fine the first time it happened. And then if you wanted to bring it back in Justice for All as like a fun, like, oh, it's me again, sure. But good God, stop it. Stop it. She's a crutch. She's literally a crutch in these games so far. Very well then, Mr. Look at Me. I love Mia's character. I'm still all for Phoenix and Mia ship in the afterlife. But, I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So, please, give us one last bit of testimony. Hi, Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. The first trial was awesome! Don't bring her back. Please. I beg you, game. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight, and thanks to the key card and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzard, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Zvari. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. Silence. I am Mia. Yes. Why, yes, you are. Mr. Godot?
Let them speak.
Oh, man. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. The witness's early remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation the police investigation documents went directly through me, and I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer.
Good. Are you going to make more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer?
I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Oh, you mean the fucking shenanigans that makes the defendant not guilty? You fucking prick. God damn, I hate this judge. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. The shenanigans in that I point out that you're an idiot. That's what the shenanigans are. And because you feel like you have a small fucking dick, you have to come to me and be like, I won't let you press at all that much, or game over. Thank you, by the way. Those are the type of tips that I want, because if I ain't saving, I'm just like press, like the game, you know. There was another one in Justice for All where I was worried that if we pressed too often, or maybe it was the first game, that would happen. And it turned out that that's not the case. The game's very... Oh, the judge makes me so angry. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance. No. This is the murder trial. We can absolutely postpone his trial as much as we need to. You get 3 days for that trial. This has already been established fact in this universe. Hang on a second, just one chance?
Don't miss your chance to blow. It seems that the party's about to begin.
Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Apparently the judge is loved by the community, which I guess he's a piece of shit.
Cup number 17, the last cup. At least Godot's doing his job well. Can't hate him for that. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in his testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find the contradiction remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. At least they tell you. Fine. Good. Now we only have one chance because of some really dumb fucking logic by the judge. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. I feel like I haven't been this mad since I went off on the rhythm game in Danganronpa. Press! I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph ready. Okay. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Mount Light. And thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. How would he know that? I guess he could have went to the security office and looked. The button did not have any fingerprints. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it. Which means the killer sounded it. Okay. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. Yes. In the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. That seems... So I'm thinking it's either this... or this. Wait. How did he get the key? How did we get the key card? It was in his wallet. Okay. So it was, all right. Okay. So the key card and wallet were there. So that could have been fine. This statement is too vague to point out a contradiction, I would think. Well, let's put it this way. If she doesn't come back again, then fine. Fine. Whatever. She just needs to go away. The more they bring her back in this capacity, the more irritating it is. And again, it would have been less irritating if they just had used her less in the past. Sprinkle her in. Okay, I get it. He's a lovable idiot. Well, not to the people he's about to put in jail because he's an idiot. No, that's a good point. Why would he know what the outfit... How would he know that he was wearing the outfit? Yo, welcome back, Tash. You feel good? That doesn't look like the face of someone that feels good about what just happened. Hopefully you did well.
The only way he'd know is if he was the one that killed Rhonda Light. Well, yeah, because it's not like he was here to hear the other testimony. Because he was in the other courtroom. And if he... In addition to that, you suppose he could have thought about why he would have done that, but how would you guess that that's what he did? Because as far as he's concerned, he's mask to mask. He doesn't know, in theory at least, if he truly is mask to mask, how would he know about Rhonda Light's like obsession with him? Yeah, I think you are right.
Hold it!
Mr. Atme, about this last remark. Bruh! Fucking relax. You can't object to something I haven't even talked about. I haven't even said yet.
You still don't get it, do you, Wright? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement.
I'm afraid. God, they've said the word afraid a lot in this trial. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godot.
What?
Mr. Atme, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we? Mr. Atme? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, is that correct? Indeed, that's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. He told me himself yesterday. Yeah, right, Tel? Did you see this? Yeah, the only way he could have known is if he was aware of his, like... Yeah, everyone, let's give Tash GG's on finishing her law and social media final today. In fact, just getting done. GG's to you, Tash. Or like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that? Nice. Rhonda Light was dressed as Mask to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime. That was,
It was just a few hours ago, back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare.
That's right, the defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. You understand now, Detective Atme. There's no way that you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask to Mask, so then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information?
Objection! Well... Come on, this detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand.
And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit. There is one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one.
One, you say?
Hey, Tal, thanks for the $2, dude. Shiba Dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Is that the description of the sticker? That's funny. I notice, and I appreciate. Thanks for the $2, dude. He's pretty steamed. You got a strong objection.
One way you say.
Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. No, I got you, dude. Thanks, I appreciate it, man. When I entered the... For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Look At Me.
It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head.
Just what are you implying?
Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, stand to reason that the real killer had also seen Ron Delight.
Impossible.
Well, that was implied. Steamed hams? Steamed hams. I understand, just don't go too close to his eyes or you might burn your face off. Detective Amy, you saw Master Mass at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Is weapon coming out? Ultimate weapon? Or diamond weapon? Yeah.
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Yeah. Did they just test the nuke? What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with his plan, to use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict, I know. You never committed any murder. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but... I really am Master Mask! Huh? Well, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said, double jeopardy? Now that you mention it,
I've been careless.
Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. The defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then, Master Mask is really innocent?
It seems so,
For now. For now. Okay. I suppose one way in which this actually works is... But is it technically? There has to be something beneath this, because he isn't technically charged for the same crime. But if there's some deeper meaning here in what they're talking about, then it could be the facts surrounding the case. If the person was established to be found somewhere else, does that then play into the way this game views double jeopardy? That would be the only way it makes any sense. That's how they're presenting it, at least. That's the way they're attempting to present it, but they're not actually presenting it very clearly. Because they're saying charged for the same crime. These are two different crimes. And only one person was charged with both crimes as of right now, which was Ron DeLight. I'm still trying to work out what happened the first time, but we do know that Ron DeLight was found not guilty for being mask to mask, so he can't possibly be then charged for it again because of double jeopardy. So in that case, the logic that makes sense. It's very straightforward, right? I'm still trying to figure out how they used it before. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am mask to mask after all. Right. Yeah. So when it comes to Ron, that makes sense, right? He was charged as mask to mask. They found him not guilty. And then even though they found out he was mask to mask now, they can't go back then and charge him again. I'm still trying to figure out what they were explaining earlier in regards to at me, because that still doesn't make sense to me. The Ron thing does. I'm sorry if I was confusing there. The Ron thing makes sense. I'm still trying to look back and see how they... Because those two situations are not the same, right? Because Ron was actually charged as mask to mask and found not guilty. Whereas Atme had not been charged as the murderer yet and found not guilty. I'm sorry. Did that make sense now? Like I said, I'm sorry if I was being confusing there. Check something real quick. I'm curious. I've always wondered, and I don't think I've ever looked this up. So it is codified. I was never actually sure if there were statutes on it, or if it was just a common law thing. I suppose it could be just a common law thing, but I've honestly never taken a look at. Objected to efforts by the state to prosecute them twice for the same crime. Both the U.S. Constitution, Fifth Amendment, the Wisconsin Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, prohibit double jeopardy. Okay, so it is a part of the state constitution. I should probably learn that line by line. Normally that's something that we just refer to, although most of us know most of the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution isn't actually that long. The defendant in the first case prevailed on a double jeopardy claim. The defendant in the second case, however, did not. While both cases involve the same constitutional guarantee, the Court of Appeals decision presents an illuminating contrast in how the double jeopardy prohibition works in practice. Are you guys interested in hearing some more about this real quick? State versus Troca. The Court of Appeals held that double jeopardy prohibition bars the state from re-prosecuting Russell Troca. The state initially prosecuted Troca for attempted first-degree homicide, strangulation or suffocation, substantial battery, and disorderly conduct. At trial, after the state presented and rested its case, Troca began presenting his defense. During the second day of the trial, Troca called Dr. Richard Chomar as an expert witness to offer an opinion about the victim's injuries and their possible causes. The lawyer had failed to provide the prosecution with a summary of the
opinions to which Dr. Trovar would be testifying. On that basis, after answered questions, his background experience, but before he said anything about the victim's injuries, the case the prosecutor objected that Mr. Trovar's opinion should be excluded. Now, this is important because this shows just how serious it's taken when you don't show something, share something with the opposing party about something that's going to happen in testimony or evidence. It can be just that. Should have not been allowed to testify. The dispute is about what the court should have done next. Jeopardy attaches once the case is started, or as soon as the jury has sworn in, if there's a jury. And once jeopardy attaches, the prosecution of a defendant before a jury other than the original jury is barred unless there is a manifest necessity for mistrial, or the defendant either requests or consents to a mistrial. 2 full days of trials, jeopardy had attached. There is no dispute, not question or consent to a mistrial. The testimony is discontinued. Characterized the testimony as not critical to the defense and proposed that the court tell the jury the defense had decided to move on with their case. Additionally, the trial argued that 2 of the remedies provided in the statute to cure the failure to provide a summary of the testimony, granting a short continuance for the prosecution to prepare for the testimony, alternatively allowing the testimony and then instructing the jury that it could draw an adverse inference from the defense's failure to give advance notice. Oh god, this case is so interesting. Sorry guys, I know this might be really boring for you, but this is the shit that you never actually see in this game. These are the little procedural fights that happen within cases. Prosecution disagreed, of course. Determination. Traditionally, only the party calling the witness may make the determination whether the witness is critical. And Troka's lawyer made it clear that Dr. Troke was not a critical witness because the defense had 2 other medical experts it properly disclosed and planned to call as witnesses. Nevertheless, the circuit court accepted the state's argument in support of the mistrial motion, even though there was no basis for the circuit court to have concluded that the record as a whole established that Troker's testimony was critical. Court of Appeals concluded that the double jeopardy prohibition appeal order prosecution should be dismissed. Oh, this is really interesting. And so there was a second case. Okay, so this guy was taken into custody on an outstanding unrelated warrant. He had previously convicted of a felony and advised that his status as a felon prohibited from possessing a firearm. State charged him being a felon in possession of a firearm, which violates state statute. Waived his right to a jury, proceeded to a bench trial, which for those that don't know, a bench trial is what we're doing here. You have the trial in front of the judge, not involving a jury. What? This is mind-blowing. So you heard that first piece of facts, right? He was convicted as a felon, told that he can't possess firearms because he was a felon. He was found in possession of firearms. After he was convicted, but before his sentencing, his lawyer discovered that Barry had not been convicted of a felony. Rather, he had pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. Once the court learned these facts, it vacated the judgment of conviction for being a felon in possession. Did not enter a judgment of acquittal, but instead dismissed the felon in possession charge with prejudice. For those that don't know, the difference between without prejudice and with prejudice, if it's dismissed with prejudice, it cannot be brought back again. If it's dismissed without prejudice, you can refile the case. They brought a new charge, whereas he had previously been charged if it's those who had been convicted of felony. He was now charged under a different statute which prohibits firearm possession of those who have been adjudicated delinquent as a juvenile. Oh, so they're still charging him with being in possession. but at a different point. Multiple charge offenses are different in fact or law. The burden of proof falls on the defendant to show that the legislator intended to preclude cumulative punishments. Here the two charges as appear to apply to Barry in this instant were identical in fact. And okay, that's really interesting. The Court of Appeals held that Barry failed to show that the legislator intended not to allow an individual to be punished under both subsections. Okay, so this is what happened. They charged him for possessing a firearm and he couldn't do it because he had a delinquency as a juvenile under a different statute. And so they brought that charge. He argued that's double jeopardy because it's the same charge as being charged when he was a felon in possession of the firearm, because both charges are stemming out of the same incident. And what the court said is that they failed to show that these two were not to be meant to be taken cumulatively by the legislature and instead could be thrown on top of each other. So it seems like what the prosecution should have done initially is just charge him with both instead of just the one, if they were prudent. So when the state seeks to impose more than one penalty for the same behavior, courts engage in a two-part analysis. First, they consider whether the two offenses charged are identical in fact or law. Then determine whether the legislature intended to authorize multiple punishments. They were not considered identical in law because one is delinquency and one is felony. That's the distinction. Interesting. Sorry. I'm not sure if you guys found that interesting at all. Right, that's exactly what happened. But the problem is that he also had another reason why he couldn't possess the illegal firearm. So the state brought that case against them, and he said that was double jeopardy. But the state's argument was, well, we could have charged you with both at the same time because you can't. The legislature, the state Congress, meant for you to be able to get punished under both at the same time if both charges were brought. But anyways, that is how in my state the analysis goes for whether something would fall under double jeopardy. Again, one more time. When the state seeks to impose more than one penalty for the same behavior, courts engage in a two-part analysis. First, they consider whether the two offenses charged are identical in fact or law. Then, second part, then they determine whether the legislature intended to authorize multiple punishments. In this case, the answer for that second part was yes. So, to answer your question earlier, Adamski, under the analysis for my state, you are correct. Even if he admits to it later, I think it fails both of those parts of the test because the charge is the same charge in fact and in law, and that he would be mask to mask. And there's no separate punishment there. There's just the one punishment for grand larceny, I think the charge was. That's my very, very brief analysis. So, yeah. Okay. So this case. I liked everything about the case in terms of the facts and the clues and all that stuff. I thought that was all good. I didn't... Bringing Maya back's annoying. We'll see if it plays into whatever here. Okay, fine. The inconsistency of the judge is incredibly annoying. One thing I didn't even mention is the amount of times he's let the prosecution do the exact same thing and he was never like, you have one last chance. That was simply for drama. That's annoying. I like the characters. The characters were all super interesting. I like that they brought it back to something that we knew already, which was the urn and all that stuff. So there was some familiarity that you started off with, and it kind of impressed how valuable that was to their family, as opposed to like, oh, it's just some random jewel. And you're like, I'm not as emotionally invested in this. But you know there was a soul in there, allegedly. Yeah, cool. It's an interesting law, to be sure. Oh yeah, Godot was great. Godot's not the villain, he's the prosecutor. Atmey's the villain. Yeah, Atmey was cool. He was a cool villain. Not my favorite, but he was a cool villain. Godot's awesome. He still has a little ways to go to overtake Von Karma's before he can even sniff Edgeworth, but apparently that might happen throughout the course of this game, so we'll see. So a few things that I'm like, have complaints about or wait and see sort of thing. And then the judge just... Yeah, we'll get through the intro of Case 3 to kind of set the tone for next stream. All right, so 31 likes is... I don't think I gave any for 30 for 25 either. So that would be 350 total? Yeah, I've never had to deal with a case of double jeopardy, so that was interesting to actually read the state statute on it. God, I'm trying to copy this. It won't let me. Okay. Oh, fuck. Yeah, next stream will be next Tuesday. No more streams of this week. Alright, so I gave out 100. I have to give out 250 more. That's for 25 and 30 likes. God, I am sorry. This fucking restream thing has been annoying me all day. It's been making chat, like keeping up with chat, real annoying because it just seems like I'm getting bombarded even though I'm really not. Everybody's saying one thing, but I'm seeing it like 50 fucking times and it's just, they better, it's, the problem I think is on YouTube because chatbot's having the same issue. It's not just restream. So yeah, I apologize if I, got a little irritated, but that's part of it, is it really gave the illusion of something that was not happening. And it was really annoying and hard to keep up with chat today when I had to go through so many messages and just, I know that's not your guys' fault, their fault. Okay, all right. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. That was kind of passive-aggressive. Oh, I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. On the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Yeah. Ah, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all this happened. Come on, just be happy already. Maya, you've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as master to boot. Wait, does she know that yet? Because doesn't she, like, she didn't know what happened. I guess she inferred. She could have inferred based on the circumstance. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming mask to mask. I did it all for one reason, for her. I mean, your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Well, except for speeders, because she speeds all the fucking time. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. That's why you became mask to mask? Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can be never put back together, except for the urn. That's not true, right, Nick? Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? I kinda wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if the bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. Do we literally show him the urn?
Take that!
The sacred urn. Nessie was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife, she always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. There you are. Miss Delight. You did it, Ron. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but I suppose you don't want anything to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. Never imagined that you were really mask to mask either. Mr. Light, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. Okay, kind of creepy, but also hot? I don't know. But didn't you say that you hated criminals? Oh. I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. My Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them. Like a man. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Not gonna lie, I kind of feel the same way she does. Tessie. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick, Mr. Mike, congratulations! Talk about bad timing. Oh, did she kiss me? Oh, Jesus. Mr. Nick, how could you? We've done it right in front of Mr. Maya. No, you got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you, never, ever. Oh my, Kazuma. Oh yeah. She rocks him. Just as the case came to a close, as too did my consciousness. Ron said, a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Oh, what a nice picture. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. Literally. Because it was put together like garbage before. That was nice. That was really nice. I like when you see two really, like, they're a great couple. Oh my god, that warms my, that was nice. That was really nice. I know I'm saying the word nice a lot, but it's hard to put together the words my feelings into words, but when you see a successful, unlikely couple like that, Like, good for both of them. Coulter. And now we have made Maya indeed. Yeah. All right, let's start off with chapter 3 before we end for the night. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. Who's talking? The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank from that poisoned cup of coffee. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. I saw someone else there. Man, he's the real killer. I don't know what voice to give this person. Oh yeah, Phoenix dropped the poison in the coffee. Why won't anyone believe me? Oh yeah, of course. Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you? Mr. Wright? This court finds the defendant guilty. We got beat by Pain? I mean, I guess some cases are so shit that you'll lose to Kane. I mean, you'll see yourselves in the other VODs. That can't be the case. That can't be the case. Waitress minus? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Guilty as fuck. Yeah, that was a quick case. Chapter 4, let's do it. You guys didn't tell me this would be the quickest VOD that I've ever had to put together. Let's go. Start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. But it does, Maya. So I decided that our resolution should be, Safari, take on the world. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think maybe you've had more than enough mistletoe cake. Can somebody elaborate? I've never heard of that before. Never. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise, now listen up, right? I wanna... Here's to another fruitful year of loyal police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal, you got some explaining to do. Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? A what? Well, here, have this. It's really nothing much of it. Hey, thanks. What, pal? We need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearlie? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No. I mean, yes. I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose? Guess I'm busted. How'd you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Well, let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poison brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced? Trounced? Let me see that. I mean, you did get your tail whipped by Pain. But, I mean, I don't know if you were in a super shit situation to begin with. Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the looting in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. What was that issue from anyways? December of last year, which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. Oh, what are we lost? He's our good luck charm. He killed Godot with his own copy. One of the few good third cases. I hope you're right. Because third cases are garbage generally. That was even shorter than the Final Fantasy 15 chapters. Cake with mistletoe-shaped frosting. Oh. Who loses the pain? Somebody with a shit case. It's possible. It's not a... you can lose to an inferior lawyer if your case is just so ridiculously like against you. You can still also fight your way out of it, which makes it that much more impressive. But make no mistake, even a really bad lawyer will have the advantage in that regard, or in that situation. This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one too. How does he not know that there was somebody impersonating him? So what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in the first place. No, it's the judge's fault that he thought some other person was me. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you hotshot starts getting too full of yourselves? But I didn't do anything wrong, at least not that I can remember. Better make this right, pal, now. And that means taking the case back to court, got it? Sounds like we got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know, the judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. They're taking the case, right? Good. I'm gonna head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? Yeah, it's true. And then Phoenix, like, the problem is that Pain is bad now because he absolutely, well, no, it was Mia that fucked Pain up. That's right. And then once Mia fucked Pain up, his whole career after that, he's just like, oh, well, I mean, oh God, my hair. I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. Of course they are. You know how ridiculous it is to get as many acquittal verdicts in your jurisdiction by your age? Apparently, most attorneys in your jurisdiction don't get that many acquittals in their entire lifetime. It would have been odd if you didn't become famous. The client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation. I guess I'm kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? Wow. Okay. I am intrigued. Next episode of Students Game. Just kidding. Next Phoenix Wright stream. Next Tuesday. And we'll go with this chapter. Hopefully our chat situation will have cleared up by then. I will be back, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's KY playing Dark Souls. I will be perishing in the dentist, but if by some miracle I don't die going to the dentist, I will be back Saturday with members only Smash Ultimate. Friday, we're going to be doing more Breath of the Wild recordings, so those little episodes will start going up again on Monday. Yeah, it's the hair. If he has that hair, it must be Phoenix, right? Oh, see what I did there? Ah, I'm so good. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, I do actually have a raid target.
Kevin, hashtag best mod. No, Kevin is a terrible mod.
Actually, Talvez is already over there. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Mr. Gaming. I've never had a chance to raid her or him. So let's go do that real quick. I don't know how much longer they'll be on, so let's do it. Thank you everybody for watching. Oh, it seems like we have split decisions on this case. Yeah. Hopefully I can see you guys over there, and we'll be back for more Phoenix Wright next Tuesday. Otherwise, hope you guys take it easy. Those are your credits for the end of the stream, and yeah. Oh, she's playing Super Metroid. I should have mentioned that. It's a secret stream. So yeah, go raid with me, please. I appreciate it. See you guys later.
First of all, what do you mean Juice Man Von We ain't slick? Second of all, what do you mean I have
We're
to
getting
stop
a
something?
raid.